Let's share my screen again. Okay, Susan, I think we're good to go. Why don't we go ahead and start?
Okay, sounds good.
I just see a black screen though. Now I see the title slide.
Okay, great.
There we go. I keep getting a notice about the meeting being recorded, so it looks like we're good. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you virtually. This is the OPAC meeting, our spring meeting. We had it delayed from, I think it was March or February. Anyway, welcome, everybody. It looks like we have, about 30, almost 35 people. So I think we have a packed agenda today and a lot to get through and a lot of interest. Just looking at my list, I want to check off what we're doing. So let's see, we started the recording. Just want to run through some quick reminders. My name is Susan Chambers, Chair of OPAC. Quick reminders about logistics for this meeting. For the most part, we try to be on video so the public knows who we are. Obviously, you know, we need to turn off our video sometimes, but helps to let the public know who we are, what we're doing, and help with the recording. So thank you for that for OPAC members. Just a reminder that if you're not speaking, please mute yourselves so that we don't have a lot of background noise. I know my dogs will be barking at some point today because I am expecting a package, so I'm going to keep myself on mute as much as I can. The chat, please don't use it for side conversations.
Well, but if I change the footers, you're going to accept the contractors like.
Thank you, Bob. Anyway, the chat, please don't use the chat for side conversations, but if you have additional information, links to share related to the subject we're talking about, if you need help with technical details or anything, please put those in the chat. What else? We also are streaming this on YouTube, anticipating that we might reach 100 members, which is the limit at which we can do this on Zoom for this meeting. So we may ask people to go to YouTube if they're not providing public comment. We're nowhere near that yet, so far so good. What else? I think that's all I had, and we can go to member introductions. But first, I want to turn to Andy and Andy Lanier, our staff for OPAC, and Tara Brock, our vice chair. Do either of you have any opening comments? Anything I'm missing?
Susan, I think you did great. If you do need help, Amanda McNabb or Eva Krukowski, and they can enter their information in the chat for those of you who may need assistance. And other than that, I think we can move to introduction.
Okay. Tara, did you have anything?
No, I think you covered all our bases. Just a reminder, to keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking, and I'm looking forward to really productive conversations today. So, and I guess I'll just introduce myself while I'm here.
There we go.
Tara Brock. I am vice chair of OPAC and representing coastal conservation. And perhaps I'll pass it along to our other executive committee members, Jamie Faraday.
Yes, down here on the South Coast as a at-large coastal rep, OPAC.
And why don't we move down the list? I know that Nick Edwards is abroad today, so he's not going to be participating. Do we have Margaret?
Hey, Nishina, Margaret Corby, Lundnos. Hey, Margaret, I'm representing Oregon Coastal Tribes on the call today.
Thank you, Margaret. Richard.
Richard Heath from Brookings, Oregon, and I'm representing the Southern Oregon Recreational and Charter Boat Fisheries.
Thank you. Do we have John? I just had my connection drop again. We'll get back to where we were. Just one moment. Okay, how about Peggy?
Yes, good morning. Sorry, I was late. I was in another meeting. I'm Peggy Joyce, and I'm a member at large, public at large, and representing those folks who either don't pay much attention to what's going on at the coast or are concerned about it and want to have a representative here.
Blake Helm, Oregon Department of State Lands. So happy to be here.
Thank you, Blake. Let's see, Karin Power with the governor's office. And I can't see my participant list.
I do not see her yet.
Okay, she might be here later. Who do we, Jonathan Allen, Department of Geology and Mineral Industries.
Sorry, I already introduced myself before. John Allen, sitting in for Rory Day-Stirrett, Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries.
Thank you. Alexis Taylor.
I don't think she will be joining.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not
Lisa
here.
Phipps.
Lisa Phipps, the manager of the Oregon Coastal Management Program, and maybe Alexis is here after all.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe not. I heard something, but okay, we'll come back. Steve Shipsey.
Good morning. I'm Steve Shipsey with the Department of Justice, and I'm counsel to the council. And I'll pass it to Chris Wall.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Chris Wall, representing NOAA's Oceanic and NOAA's Office for Coastal Management with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and apparently it's a Monday morning.
It is Monday morning, and I know Steve's had his coffee. I have not yet, so this may be interesting. Okay. Did we miss anybody?
I think just staff for DLCD. So maybe
Okay.
I will ask Mandy to introduce herself.
Hello, I'm Mandy McNabb. I'm with the DLCD and Oregon Coastal Management Program. I'm administrative support and coastal rulemaking assistance. If you need any help today with tech support or anything during OPAC, please reach out to me either by chat, or I have also added my email and phone number into chat for you to contact me. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Andy and Eva?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name's Eva Krukowski. I work in a DLCD in the Coastal Division. I'm the Rocky Habitats Project Coordinator. This is my first OPAC meeting, so I'm very happy to be here, and it's really nice to meet all of you.
Great. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, with that, Andy, do you have any other items to note before we move into review and approval of our draft meeting summary?
Yes, I was just going to check with Steve on quorum to make sure that we have enough members here to actually make a motion and take action.
You do, Andy. Thank you for checking.
Great. So I emailed out the draft meeting summary to members of the council. I believe it was last week. Just as a reminder, in September of last year, so thinking all the way back to last fall, the council acted on consensus to approve and recommend all amendments to Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan. That was kind of the big action of the meeting. So I think if the council needs a motion and a second in order to approve the meeting minutes, motion, second, and decision.
I'll make that motion to approve the meeting minutes of the September 8th, 2023 meeting.
And I'll second that motion.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any discussion or comments from the membership?
And just to be clear, this was for September 2023.
Oh my goodness, yes, sorry. The actual meeting document is correct, but my PowerPoint is wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. It's been a weird year. Any more
And
discussion?
it's circular, right?
Okay, I'm not hearing any, or I'm not seeing any hands, but I can also not see the participant list since I have the chat open. Hang on.
Yeah, Susan, maybe the best way to do this is to, for all members, if you approve the meeting, say yes in the chat.
Yes.
And this
That's a
is
good
for
idea.
voting members of the council. I'm seeing a bunch of yeses fly through.
Yep. So we have Tara, Joe, Peggy, Richard, Amelia, me,
Fran.
Fran. Okay.
Mine doesn't seem to be coming through, but I did vote yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, I think that is, how many members is that? 1, 2, 3, 6. That's 7. I think Richard and Jamie said yes. Okay, there's Jamie's. 8. So I think that's more than enough for a quorum.
Agreed.
You're correct, Chair.
Okay. Motion passes. We approved our draft meeting summary from last September. We're good. Next on our agenda was is the governor's office and agency updates, but I don't know if Karen is on yet.
She is. And Karen, you missed introduction, so you want to introduce yourself?
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Power. I'm the Governor's Natural Resource and Climate Advisor. One of 3 folks in our small but mighty team of natural resource policy advisors for the governor. It's really nice to see you all. I have been working most closely with some of your members over the last couple of months around planning and preparing for offshore wind and also supporting DLCD. I asked to join just to give a quick update on how the governor is thinking about offshore wind, but also to say thanks because I know this is a really, really important council for our state. And it has really helped us to be thinking about our the governor's work over the coming years and how ocean policy plays a really important role in preparing for and being resilient to the effects of climate change. So as we are preparing for 2025's legislative session and working with our various different agencies to shape the work that they need to lead over the coming years, I've really appreciated this space with the diverse expertise and geographic expertise. It has been a real source of thought leadership in the past, and we know that you're continuing to do that work around future uses on the ocean too. I'm happy to talk a little bit more around the governor's work. We recently hosted a Western Governors Association Decarbonizing the West conference, where the governor touched on a couple of those resilient themes. And I know you've got a long day ahead of you too with other work too. So I mostly just wanted to pop in. Wish I could have seen you in person. Hope to do that when DLCD is resourced to be able to do that. But wanted to say good morning and be able to help welcome you into this space and appreciate your work here.
Great. Thank you, Karen. It's great to see you. And I know some of us saw you earlier, or well, last week. So great to see you again. Do we have any questions for Karen from the OPAC? You can, just in case you want to raise your hand, I think it's under reactions now, under the Zoom.
I see Peggy raised her hand. Go ahead, Peggy.
Okay, thank you.
This is a question is to Karen. I wonder if you could say something about what the governor's position is on the wind farm idea off the coast.
Sorry, Peggy, somehow I got muted. The work right now on the proposed wind energy areas preceded her administration. The governor has not, well, let me back up a little bit. The governor has appreciated the need to diversify our renewable energy resources. Offshore wind may or may not play a role in our energy mix in the future. She appreciates that this is a federal agency process that they are embarking on around the country, something that's also being pursued globally in an effort to get off of non-renewable fuels. She, however, has appreciated that the state needs to help shape its own approach towards offshore wind. That is why she's been supporting the development of a roadmap, supported that during the legislative session, has been working to make sure that our agencies are resourced in order to meet the federal process and be able to provide strong state input. She also sent a letter to BOEM last week asking that before they move ahead with construction of any projects to make sure that the state has adequate time to complete its roadmap process and adopt any necessary recommendations first.
And is BOEM going to accommodate that request?
We're in conversations with them about the timeline and underscoring the importance that community members and other stakeholders have an opportunity to weigh in and help shape a state approach first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Karen. Any other OPAC members have any questions for Karen? Joe, go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Karen, good to see you. You know me. I just want to just point out that this agenda today, we're talking a lot about offshore wind, and OPAC will be having a discussion at 1 p.m. On it, in particular about the roadmap and the process. So I know you're busy, but it doesn't sound like you can stay the whole time, but if you can come back during that 1 o'clock session, that'd be really helpful because you may be able to provide some input at that point as we discuss the roadmap. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to try to cram my meetings into that 15-minute break at 10:15, but I plan to be here for most, if not all of the day, as much as I'm able.
Excellent.
Thank you. Margaret.
Yeah, my question is just to ask, so I'm the tribal representative for the coastal tribes on OPAC. I just wanted to know how the governor's office is considering the comments of tribes and perspectives of tribes in kind of the roadmap process and other, I don't know, other office actions around offshore wind.
Thanks, Margaret. Our office is beginning to initiate consultation with the tribes. And I and Bobby Cochran are beginning to meet with each tribe. I sent out letters to each of our federally recognized tribes. And Bobby Cochran, who's been leading the informal group from Oregon Consensus, also reached out to adjacent states to make them aware of the roadmap. So we are beginning those individual conversations, I think, in the next week and a half. Start of a longer process, for sure. Thanks, Margaret.
Thank you. Fran, go ahead.
Good morning, Karen. I'm a city councilor in Depot Bay representing city governments on OPAC. I believe I read that Oregon is not meeting its climate targets. What other actions is Oregon taking right now to beef up our climate readiness and meeting goals?
Thanks, Fran. First, thanks for your local city council leadership. The Climate Action Commission, which used to be known as the Global Warming Commission, completed their report at the end of 2023. Their analysis showed that if the state fully implements all of its programs, we are on track to meet our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction goals. We are not currently. But one of those key pillars of the state's programs was struck down by the court on a technicality, a rulemaking procedural technicality in December. So DEQ is working hard to repromulgate its program and correct that procedural error this year. That's also something that I'm spending a lot of time with DEQ staff on to get stood up again and evaluate. It reduces emissions from fossil gas and fuels at the pump over time. So Fran, a lot of different work happening at a lot of different agencies and in local government too, as you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Karin, for answering all those questions. Anybody else have a question for Karin before we move on? Okay, I am not seeing any hands. Oh, Julie, go ahead.
I'm Julie Seastrom, Hannes Coos, and Tribal Council for the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Unclaw, and Siuslaw. And I'm a visitor today. I'm not on the OPAC. I just had a follow-up question about the comment that you were speaking about, where you have a letter sent to BOEM asking them to double check the roadmap, which the governor has written, and make sure that they don't move forward until the roadmap is completed. And you said that you're in discussion with them as far as whether or not they're going to respond with a pause or a stop in their process. And I just wondered if they had given you a timeline as to when they're going to respond. It's going to be a week from now, a month from now, a couple days. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Julie. To underscore, the governor has asked for BOEM to ensure that there's plenty of time, adequate time for the state to complete its roadmap process before they move ahead with any projects. She understands it's a separate federal process happening right now with the leasing activities, but she wants to make sure that our state has a strong voice in that now and in the future. The federal agency received the letter last week. They acknowledged receipt. I don't know what kind of timeline they're going to turn around a response by, but she strongly urged them to make sure that we, as a state, have an adequate time over the coming, next few years to complete this process. I'm happy to follow up, Julie. Rick has usually been my point of contact and let you know when we hear a response.
The only reason I ask is because of the track record so far that we have in our discussions with BOEM is that they have been able to establish turnaround timelines for us to respond to different questions they have and engagement times that they have. But then when we ask them questions, they're not so quick to turn around. So I'm just concerned that they respond to the governor in a timely manner. So that was my concern for the question.
Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Karin. I forgot. I'm sorry. I meant to ask OPAC members if there was any more comments or questions for Karin. And just to note that we do have a public comment period set for noon. And Andy did put a note in the chat. Anybody who would like to provide public comment at noon, please put your name in the chat so Andy can keep a running tally of who all would like to provide public comment, and so we can get an estimate of time so we can accommodate everybody. So thank you for that. And thank you, Tara, for that suggestion. I forgot to mention that about public comment. Okay, any other questions from OPAC members for Karin before we move on? And I'm not seeing any hands up. So Andy, what do we have next on our agenda? I think agency updates.
Yeah, Scott, growth.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Thanks, Susan. I just have a couple updates from ODFW. One is related to the listing of southern resident orcas, and the other is just a brief on House Bill 4132 that expands our Marine Reserves program a little bit. So first, the southern resident orcas, this is obviously same as killer whales. They have a small and declining population, about 50 to 100 animals since the 1960s. They're currently at about 75. And we listed those under our state listing as endangered. That matches the federal ESA listing and Washington's listing. Those animals live primarily in the Salish Sea, and that was their critical habitat for years. And recently their full range was included into critical habitat, which goes from the Canada border down to northern California, which obviously includes all the Oregon coast from 6 meters out to 200 meters out. They are animals that live long lives. Males will live an average to 17, females to 29, obviously a lot more in captivity and other circumstances. I guess a key part of their biology that affects this listing is they eat primarily Chinook salmon. So as we all know, it's been tough times for Chinook salmon in recent history. So that's kind of their main threat. And Columbia River salmon obviously are crucial to that, especially springers coming out of there. So their threats, aside from that lack of prey, which is really the big one, include also noise disturbance and environmental contamination. One threat that they no longer have is those whales were originally harvested for aquaria in the 60s, and that was the first real big ding to their population. You know, it's kind of an important note just to think if you wanted a killer whale and if you want to get in the water with it, you'd want a fish-eating killer whale, which is what they are. So the forecast for those guys is not very good. The trend is declining, and the models that we looked at showed almost every scenario to be decline. So the things that we're doing to try to help those whales is making more fish, both on the primarily habitat side, but also hatchery side. This listing does give some additional teeth to noise reduction and contamination reduction. So that's southern resident orcas. Onto House Bill 4132. This relates to marine reserves and was implemented based on OPAC recommendations based on our marine reserves team's decadal review. It directs ODFW to partner with our commission, DSL, and other state agencies to develop an adaptive management plan, and that plan should include components of social science. So just a little bit more specific about those mandates. It specifies the content of the adaptive management plan to include monitoring research, social impacts, long-term sampling protocols, data collection and evaluation, as well as outreach and education. It does eliminate a couple things, including the work plan requirement to provide territorial sea baseline data. I think that was a matter of housekeeping, if I remember right. And it also eliminates provisions restricting our commission from making decisions on fishing associated to marine reserves data. It does require continued community engagement, and it requires that community and fisherman knowledge is incorporated into the ongoing research and monitoring efforts. So sort of the last thoughts I have on this is sort of the brass tacks of this. It adds $800,000 a budget from the general fund each biennium. which funds three positions. One is a quantitative ecologist, and that person will be working on the adaptive management plan, analyzing the data, obviously, doing a little field work and increasing our collaborations. We're adding an economist, and this is new for us, to do some economic research and work with our Human Dimensions project leader and expand our communications. The last permanent position is reinstatement, essentially, of the outreach and engagement position. And that's particularly relates to the adaptive management plan, and obviously has the key goal of continuing that work with community groups. And lastly, there is also money for a Oregon Sea Grant Fellow, which our Marine Reserves program has had in many years and has worked out nicely. So that's the 30,000-foot view of those two ODFW issues that pertain to this group. So thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Do any OPAC members have questions for Scott? Tara.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming and providing those updates. Really important, I think, for us to hear about the follow through on marine reserves, given OPAC's advocacy around those issues over the last couple of years. I had a question related to the listing of southern resident orcas. Do you envision or see any role for this council or any of the agencies, obviously ODFW, but other agencies on the council in developing those species management plans for the state?
That work will be challenging because we don't have a cetacean biologist at ODFW. We have a marine mammal program that mostly deals with pinniped issues. So we've been sort of feeling our way through that, but I would expect, groups like this to be good allies in developing that. I don't know what exactly that might look like, though.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just, that's all I had for that, Tara.
Karina's hand go up.
There we go. Thank you. Karina.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Thanks, Scott, for the update. I may have missed it, but I'm just wondering what plans there are perhaps for tribal engagement or collaboration in the Marine Reserves program, whether that's monitoring or the human dimensions piece, et cetera.
Sure. I don't have specifics on that aside from specifically, I know that's a goal and that's a capability that'll be strongly increased with the outreach component. But those positions, we're just, going through the administrative rigmarole of implementing those positions. And that has been a key goal of that program. So I would expect with new capacity, we hope to do that more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy, followed by Richard Heap.
Yes, thank you. Scott, I wonder if you can tell me, is there any kind of research or any kind of study going on to assess the impact of the wind farms that are being proposed by BOEM along the coast?
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. There's quite a bit of research proposed. There's I know OSU has made several efforts to get money and has towards that research. But obviously the BOEM process and the leases process itself is crucial to that. And we've made a list of study recommendations and plan to continue working with that. So that's sort of ongoing, but certain to understand those effects.
It feels to me, or at least it's hitting me, as BOEM is like on a fast track to get sites leased, to get stuff going, and it's not taking into account any of the issues that are being raised at the meetings that I've sat in, including listening sessions down the coast about what is going to be the impact of these farms, of these wind farms on the environment within the sea that is already being degraded.
Yeah, agree with you, Peggy. And to that point, you know, that's really why the governor's office, I think, I won't speak for Karen, but I think that the development of a roadmap kind of facilitates the clear understanding of what we're getting into. And I would expect that that was a fundamental reason to kind of push for that as they have.
I guess I'm skeptical about whether BOEM is going to pay any attention to that or to grant Oregon the time needed to come up with that kind of a framework. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Scott. And I think some of those questions will come up again later today, so I appreciate that. Richard, and then we should probably move on our agenda. Go ahead, Richard.
Well, Scott, is it the agency's intention to publish comparative data on fished areas versus marine reserves showing the population levels and species composition in each?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Absolutely. That is a key item that's in the decadal report, but that's central to our goals to understand reserve effects there. So that monitoring is ongoing, and there's published work in the decadal review to show that also.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the questions and the update and the discussion. We should probably move into our next agenda item. So I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chair Tara Brock to talk about the Oregon Sea Grant Program Letter of Support. And maybe also ask Dr. Karina Nielsen to talk about it after Tara provides an introduction.
Great, thank you, Susan. Yes, in a couple months ago, the executive committee received some information and an update on the proposed presidential budget cuts that would affect the Sea Grant programs nationally, and how important advocacy at the state and local level is for those programs. OPAC has written letters in the past to the governor's office on this issue when there are funding cuts coming to programs that are really integral to our work. So we put together a letter of support, understanding the quick timeline around that. The executive committee wrote a nice letter to the governor's office, encouraging them to advocate against those budget cuts in the federal process, in the congressional process. So the letter was in our meeting materials. It was distributed to all OPAC members. But if there's any specific questions on the letter or content, happy to answer those. I think some of the things that were really acute to me were the stats that Sea Grant provided us, that they contributed almost 7,000 hours of service last year, engaged over 91,000 people, including 32,000 students and 293 educators in the state. So really a very important role, not only in the science to help back up so much of the good policy we do here, but also the engagement with the communities on the coast and making sure that we continue to engage people on the science and importance of our ocean ecosystem. And then on the actual funding side of things, about 95% of the federal funds that Sea Grants programs receive go to the state programs to help support this. And for every dollar they get of federal funding, they are able to leverage that into $3 more. So really just great work all around at the Sea Grant program, and wanted to lend our support. And yes, Director Karina Nielsen here today. I want to pass it over so that she can also speak more to these issues and anything else you might want to add.
Great, thank you very much, Tara, and with appreciation to the executive committee and OPAC for providing the letter of support. In the past year, we were fiscal year 24 budget just passed. We were sort of fully funded at our status quo level. And what's being proposed for fiscal year 25 in the president's budget is to remove all the funding for aquaculture. This is the whole network, right, across the nation, not just Oregon, but the base budget also to be reduced by about 10%. If I were to translate that into personnel, that's about there's grant funding that we send out through the aquaculture program that would disappear. A lot of that's around the sustainable red seaweed work, some of the kelp restoration work. So there's a variety of ways that aquaculture funding plays out in Oregon, supporting our oyster industry as well. And then the base budget would translate into about a 1 per full FTE, which is a pretty big thing to absorb. So that's what it would mean for Oregon. We wouldn't necessarily cut a person, but that just for equivalency, so you understand the magnitude. So we have been asking and getting a lot of good support from our stakeholders and our folks who are interested in supporting our program, our partners. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that actually there are a variety of cuts to NOAA programs, not just Sea Grant, so I'll speak a little bit more broadly. The IUS program, the Ocean Observing Program, is slated for some pretty big budget cuts, and the cooperative institutes, of which Oregon State has one, are also slated for some pretty heavy budget cuts. So that's unfortunate. My understanding is they're going after NOAA's trying to balance that with the expenses of an observing satellite. So, hard choices. But that's the way the budget proposal has been laid out. So appreciative for the support. Happy to take any additional questions folks might have. Oh, I'm going to slip in one last item. We were able to hire this year someone to help with community engagement on offshore wind issues in Oregon. And I know she's sitting in the meeting. I just want to face to name recognition. Sarah Sweat is joining us as an extension specialist in marine renewable energy and communities. And Sarah, I don't know if you want to just turn your camera on and wave your hand. So people can
Sure.
see.
Hi, everyone.
That's Sarah. So we welcome her. And that, just for full transparency, has come from funding through the Department of Energy to the National Sea Grant Program. So that's a separate line. So thank you.
Thank you, Karina, and welcome, Sarah. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you. I'm sure the communities will be seeing a lot more of you as well. So glad to have you here. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about your background?
Sure, I'll give a quick little brief background about myself. I studied marine bio, and then I kind of pivoted to marine policy, and I just wrapped up my master's, and the past 2-3 years of research have been participatory community-based research projects I've been working on, and in the past 2 years those have been focused on the human dimensions of offshore wind in southern New England. So yep. Thanks for having me today.
Wonderful. Thanks for being here. It sounds like you have some good experience that we can learn from you, and you can learn from us, and it'll be good. So appreciate that.
Thanks.
Chris, you have a question.
Hi, I just need to make a quick statement. Because I'm a federal employee, I just need to note that I'll be abstaining from this discussion or part of the conversation at all. And if a letter of support does move forward, I need to either ask to have my name removed from the letter and letterhead, or have it clearly noted that I did abstain from this part, just for requirements there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Andy or Steve, any suggestions on how we should address that?
Yeah, in the past, I have just removed Chris's name from the letterhead, and I will do that as well in this instance.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. We have our next agenda item is Jean Thurston Keller will be talking about the BOEM Oregon offshore wind energy leasing process update. Before we get to that, I do want to ask Jason Searman from the Oregon Department of Energy to introduce himself. he is not a member of OPAC, but he is clearly deeply involved in Oregon energy issues. So Jason, would you like to turn on your camera and say hello?
Hi, everybody. I can't tell if I'm on, but I think
Yep,
I
we
am.
gotcha.
Jason Zimmerman, Oregon Department of Energy. Folks probably have seen me in a few different venues over the years. I'm part of the BOEM Oregon Task Force that Andy basically leads and interfaces with Gene on as the state rep, and I'm kind of number 2 behind Andy, I guess, or another key state rep on that task force. I put together a good study a few years ago with a lot of great input from people on this OPAC council and the agency folks you heard from, like ODFW and Andy and the DLCD group as well. So encourage people to find that on the Oregon Department of Energy website if they'd like to read a little bit more. And we're also embarking on some new efforts with the state energy strategy. And I can put the link to that in the chat for folks to follow too. And that's going to look at a bunch of resources, not just offshore wind, but evaluate, where Oregon's at currently, how much more load is coming to the state in terms of new industry and population, and what are the weather effects doing to our energy demand, and how can we meet that with clean energy as best we can. So I'm putting my plug in for that. But if any questions come up, I'm just kind of here to support today. So I'm here. If any questions are on the energy sector, happy to help. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jason. I know that report was really well done. I've referred to it a few times in some other meetings I've been in. So if you could, I don't have that link handy, but if you could put that link in the chat, that would be great. Thank you. Next up, Jean Thurston Keller. Welcome, Jean.
Hi, thanks, Susan. Good to be here again. I know it's been a few months, and I'm looking forward to giving you guys a overview of what BOEM's been doing and answer any questions that you might have. So my name is Jean Thurston Keller. I am the Oregon State Lead for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Next slide, please, Andy. So 3 parts to our presentation this morning. Quick overview on Oregon's offshore wind activities, an update on our environmental assessment of the final wind energy areas, and then outlook and next steps in BOEM's process. Next slide. So I wanted to start with a quick terminology review for those of you that I haven't spoken to recently. So first we have a call for information nominations, we often call a call. And this is really, it does 3 things. The first thing it does is it describes areas that BOEM is looking at for potential future leasing activities. The second thing it does is ask for public comment on those areas. And then finally, we look at nominations of interest from potential offshore wind developers. So it does those 3 things. We published a call in April of 2022 for Oregon. The next terminology I wanted to review was a wind energy area. So this is not necessarily an area that would be leased in the future, but it's a basis for leasing. And so it's an area that is within a call area that's been identified by BOEM for an environmental review. So this is an area that's been winnowed down to, we're going to do an environmental review on these areas. And then finally, it's a lease area. And these are areas that BOEM would offer for lease during a lease sale. So it's kind of a winnowing iterative process where we go from call to a wind energy area to lease areas. Next slide. So what has BOEM been doing in Oregon? So this is a quick review of things that we've done. So we established a task force with Oregon in 2011. First few task force meetings, as some of you may remember, I know Susan does, we worked on the Windfloat Pacific project, which was a proposed project that was using some new technologies at the time. And that project did not move forward because it could not secure a power purchase agreement. And so we had a little break. And then in 2019, we gathered back together again to really focus on potential offshore wind planning. So not just reacting to projects that may come up, but doing a proactive approach to try and understand where would be the most appropriate areas for potential leasing activities. And so based on task force discussions in 2019 and 2020, BOEM and the DLCD worked on developing the Aura Wind Map, which is a planning tool that we provided through joint work with DLCD to really show the public and have it publicly accessible, the data and information that BOEM is using to inform its process of winnowing down those areas. And so part of the task force input was in the development of the Aura Wind Map and also on developing a draft engagement and stakeholder outreach plan, which we did in 2020 and 2021. That was during the time of COVID, so there was a lot of virtual meetings. It kind of moved us from really having some on the coast type of meetings to, well, we're going to have to do this virtually, and we all became experts or semi-experts in Zoom and everything else. And so what came out of that public outreach and engagement was we developed 2 areas offshore. It says Southern Oregon, but it's more South Central-ish. Call for information nominations on these 2 areas we called Coos Bay and Brookings because they were near those respective cities. And so based on comments that we received during the call, which was for formal public comment, we received a lot of comments that we needed to partner with NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Sciences to use a new spatial suitability modeling process to identify the least conflicted areas. And so we did that. We also incorporated in our process a new public engagement step, which was before we determined final wind energy areas, which we have done in other states, we would have instead draft wind energy areas, and we would have those for public comment and review. So we published those in 2023. And the draft wind energy areas and the draft NCOS, or National Center for Coastal Ocean Sciences, report on that spatial suitability modeling process was published in August of 2023. It was originally for a 60-day public comment period, but we extended it to 75. And then we announced the final wind energy areas and the finalized NCOS report in February of 2024. And also at that time, we published a notice of intent to prepare an environmental assessment on the final wind energy areas. And outreach and engagement has been ongoing. We're working with tribes, the fishing community, and affected communities throughout the planning process, especially, working with the state on their offshore wind roadmap as well, just learning more about what the state envisions for that. So that wraps up background. We can go to the next slide, please, Andy. Okay, so these are the final wind energy areas. So outlined in dark blue and light blue are those 2 call areas that I identified for you offshore Coos Bay and Brookings. The draft wind energy areas, Coos Bay remained unchanged from the draft wind energy area to the final wind energy area. But the Brookings final wind energy area was slightly different from the draft wind energy area for Brookings. So the draft had that hatched blue going all the way down to the bottom line of the call area. So it was slightly larger in acreage, same distance from shore, but the acreage was removed because of conversations that we had with NOAA on a survey corridor that occurs in that area that is for the US-Canada HAIC survey, as well as several other surveys that are very critically important to NOAA in determining salmon stock recovery efforts. And so we removed those. 2 things that I really want to point out is that we really worked hard to avoid fishing as much as possible. It is really hard to avoid fishing in Oregon because it occurs in many places offshore Oregon. And so what we did is we really worked with NOAA and DLCD to understand the data that we had. So the best available data to NOAA and to ODFW. And they gave us some recommendations for exclusion, and we avoided 98% of the areas that the the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as NOAA, recommended that we not consider for leasing. So 98% of that was avoided. Next slide. So BOEM, most of you are aware that we follow the National Environmental Policy Act, and you're very familiar with it. BOEM is currently reviewing the final wind energy areas under NEPA through an environmental assessment. So there are also several consultations that BOEM is required to do under NEPA. Those include the National Historic Preservation Act, which requires BOEM to take into account the effects of undertakings on historic properties. But also we're required to complete a consistency determination with the Coastal Management Program for Oregon. So under compliance with the Coastal Zone Management Act, so we're working with the Department of Land Conservation and Development on that. And then also the ESA Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act, we're working with NOAA NEMS and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And then finally, Magnuson-Stevens, also working on accessional fish habitat. So this EA is really looking at 3 key items. First is lease issuance. So BOEM is issuing a lease. So what are the potential impacts associated with that lease? Because this lease does not allow any construction activities to occur, we are looking at the reasonably foreseeable actions, which are site assessment, which is the installation of meteorological buoys in order to understand what the wind resource at a particular site would be. So it's assessing the wind resource. It's a good way to kind of remember that acronym that BOEM uses with site assessment. And then also site characterization activities. So these are the survey activities that would be done to further understand the particular characteristics of a site. So, you know, we need to have from the developer or potential developer a lot of data and information specifically on these areas. And that information is necessary for them to be able to identify like what type of turbines they're going to install, what type of anchoring system they're going to use, how they're going to get the cable to shore. They have to do a lot of surveys to really understand what's the tensile strength of the seabed. So you're looking at side scan sonar and other activities associated with that. And then also bird surveys, you know, more marine mammal surveys to add to existing desktop information. So they really need to gather that data and information together to get to the next step, which would be to submit a construction and operations plan to BOEM. That's where we would have the detailed information in order to evaluate what they are proposing. So they don't even tell us what they're going to propose until they provide that survey data to us. And so we are not considering in our environmental assessment the construction and operations because they're not allowed to do it yet. So we wait until we get a project plan, which is a construction and operations plan, before we would do those evaluations. And that's our process that we have approved under Congress. So that's part of our regulatory process. Next slide, please. So the proposed actions in NEPA, I kind of discussed this a little bit. You know, the EA is not evaluating construction of any projects at this time. It's evaluating the federal action, which because we don't allow construction, it's really to issue a commercial wind energy lease. Some people have asked me, so do they get to do oil and gas or anything other than that? And the answer is no. This is for wind only. So it would be areas within federal waters, within the wind energy areas that might be used for energy production, collection, and transmission of wind only. Second are those site characterization activities, the activities to identify the character of the site, you know, the biological, geophysical, and geotechnical, as well as archaeological surveys, of course. And then finally, site assessment activities. I like to differentiate it between characterization to assessment, as it's assessing the wind potential at a site. So that's necessary for them to understand what would be the height of the turbines, what's the best wind speed at a particular height. And to do that, you really need to have LIDAR, which is light detection and range, on survey buoys, which are very similar in design to, say, NOAA weather buoys. Next slide. So we just closed the public comment period on the environmental assessment. Comments were really equally distributed among many topics that you see here. Tribal input was also received. Not necessarily all of it was public. Some of it is with our government-to-government consultations with the tribes. That's discussing private matters. So as you can see, there is a large other category. I don't have all of the specifics on the other, but it covered a multitude of items, most especially the ones that you see here. So a lot of comments weren't specific to one particular category. Someone who submitted a comment about commercial fishing oftentimes was interested in the public comment process and what engagement BOEM has done to date. They were also concerned about birds and bats. And so a lot of those overlapped each other. But these are the broad categories. And these are all available for review and publicly accessible on regulations.gov. The docket number, which is the one you would enter into the search box, is 2023-0065. So we received 127 submissions. And, I'm sure there's probably a lot of questions on these. I'm not the NEPA coordinator, but I can certainly direct you to the specific NEPA coordinator for answering those particular environmental questions. Next slide, please. So what's BOEM outlook and next steps? So we anticipate publishing in our leasing process a proposed sale notice, which is the next step in BOEM's regulatory process. When we do publish a PSN, we would also send to the state's coastal management program a copy of our federal consistency determination for the review by the state. That is led by the DLCD. The PSN, I want to point out, is a separate process from the environmental analysis, in that it will initiate discussion of defining terms and conditions on a future offshore wind lease sale. The comments we receive will culminate in a final sale notice, which could lead to a lease auction. If we publish the proposed sale notice in late April, here's the scheduled timeline for the environmental assessment to be completed. The state has a regulatory review timeline under the Coastal Zone Management Act for the consistency determination. So depending on if they take an extension or not under the regulatory rules, that could extend into July. So I have those as generalized months. We don't have dates because these haven't been published yet, and we don't have the particular dates yet. But that's the average timeline for those reviews. And then we are committed to publishing the final environmental assessment for the public to review. And then we are required under our regulatory process to have a minimum 30 days prior to a lease sale for publication of a final sale notice. A final sale notice is an actual announcement of what would be the final auction format that has been decided based on comments we received during the proposed sale notice review. That's not actually a formal public comment period. So I want to be emphasizing that the final sale notice is an announcement of what's been BOEM's final decision on the leasing auction process. So is it a multi-factor process? If it is, then what sort of community benefits, agreements, maybe requirements under that auction format? And then this could lead us to a potential lease auction in October of 2024. That's probably the fastest I think that this process could move. So I want to be forthcoming that these are anticipated timelines. These are not formal commitments. This is just what the process would look like if we publish a proposed sale notice at the end of this month. So with that, I'll go to the next slide and conclude by saying thank you for inviting me. I know that the OPAC is a very important part of what Oregon does, and I've worked with Andy and Susan for years, and I look forward to your questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. Always good to have a bit of history for those of us who aren't as closely and as involved with offshore wind. So that was a very good synopsis. I do have one question for you, and then I see we have at least one hand from Joe Libezite. So my question to you is, when you're talking about releasing the draft EA and getting comments on that, so I'm looking at, I think you said the draft EA would be the end of April. So with a 30 to 60 day comment period, so that would take it into June, April, May, June. With a final EA coming out in July, how does BOEM incorporate any of the comments from the draft EA into the final EA in that short of a time frame?
No, sure, that's a great question. Again, these are anticipated timelines, depends on the length of the comment period. I went with the standard BOEM public comment period that we would typically use, which would be 30 days. Again, these are subject to change based on if we extend comment periods or not. It does take time to incorporate all of the comments that we receive, and it depends on the number of comments. We only received 127, which is a lot of comments on the scoping period, but we've also received, I think we received over 1,100 for the draft wind energy areas. So it really depends on the number of comments we receive. So that's why I say it's an anticipated timeline, but we are not committing to dates today. Thank you, Susan.
Okay, thank you, Jean. Okay, any other OPAC members have questions? Please raise your hand. It's under the reaction symbol. So I have Joe followed by Jamie Faraday. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Jean, for the update. Appreciate that. One thing I wanted to hear from you more about is the environmental community over a number of years provided many comments to BOEM, representing many thousands of constituents in Oregon. And also from, the fishing industry, I've heard a lot of this same concern, and from the tribes as well, is the fact that the BOEM process does not set us up in a way to really evaluate impacts, potential impacts from intended lease sales and eventual development, from cumulative impacts to and to fish, moving fish that will potentially cross several different wind energy areas, whales, birds, and other critters that are going to be moving across these developed areas. And we just have not heard from BOEM on how they're going to take into account any kind of cumulative impacts analysis. And we know we've put forward the recommendation, programmatic environmental impact statement, but BOEM has pretty much not responded to that. So I want to hear from you how we can be assured in Oregon, and maybe even across the whole West Coast, that the potential development that will happen at multiple wind energy areas across the West Coast will be taken into account in such a way that we can really get a handle on what types of cumulative impacts there will be on wildlife, marine wildlife, the ocean bottom, fish, and other factors. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Joe. And BOEM has heard that before. And so we responded to that with California. So in California, we are doing a programmatic EIS. So we don't have any lease areas in Oregon yet. We may in the future. Right now we have wind energy areas. So there's no guarantee that these areas will be developed future leasing activities. So the environmental analysis may come back that says, no, we're not going to lease in those areas. We could have consultations that say otherwise. we have other reviews and that are required to be completed before they would become lease areas. And they're not even leased until after the auction process. And so in California, we also did not look at cumulative impacts. And we had lease areas. So at that point, we knew where for certain the potential construction activities could occur in the future. And so knowing that, then we were able to move forward with, okay, we have areas that have been leased, they are finalized, we know this, so we can now evaluate those for cumulative impact. So that's what we're doing in California on the 5 lease areas that we have identified there, of which you're aware we have some in Humboldt, which is fairly close to the Oregon waters. And so I would anticipate in the future that is something that we would likely consider. But right now we only have wind energy areas that are subject to environmental review. So we don't have certainty at this time. But looking at California as an example, I think that's highly likely.
Yeah, just to follow up, we did comment on the California PEIS and recommended extension to Oregon and Washington. And I know that you have to do it in a way that when you have a better understanding of where those actual infrastructure will be. But, I just want to say that that's really important. So regardless of whether you know the exact locations or not, that needs to be part of the plan moving forward. And there needs to be some type of promissory agreement with BOEM that type of cumulative impacts assessment across the entirety of the eventual wind energy areas, once we know them, that should be part of the plan. And I think a lot of people on OPAC would agree, but I'll just stop there and pass it on to the next OPAC member.
Thank you, Joe. I have Jamie followed by Fran. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, hi, Gene. Could you give us a characterization of the duration of the bidding window? I couldn't quite get that from your discussion in this one, but that, and the other question is it likely or possible that no bids are forwarded for either of these wind energy areas? And what would you do if that happened?
Okay, I've got a question on the bidding window and then a question on what we would do if bidding doesn't occur. I capture those. Okay, so for the bidding window, I apologize that I did not mention under our regulatory process, the proposed sale notice has a 60-day public comment period. And so during that 60-day public comment period, we would look at the state and the public's recommendations for final bidding credits. Bidding credit is a non-monetary form that is combined with a cash bid. So if we hold an auction, what happens is a developer could say, I want to provide X amount of dollars for a lease area. And BOEM would, as part of the bidding credit scheme, which is a schematic, not a scheme. Let me clarify my terminology. Under that process, BOEM would incorporate bidding credits, meaning that they don't have to pay cash. They have a non-monetary promise that is binding, that they would work with like community benefit agreements. So some of the things that we've done in the past that BOEM is looking at for Oregon would be what we did for California, which was a workforce training and supply chain bidding credit, where money would be going towards development of the floating offshore wind supply chain as well as workforce. So you're looking at, jobs and what those could look like. And then another bidding credit that we're looking at is a lease area use community benefit agreement, which would be people who use the geographic space would have a bidding credit. So that would be something that would be developed in order to like compensate or mitigate potential impacts associated with future project development on individuals or users of that lease space. And then another one is a we used in California, which was a general community benefit agreement. So looking at local community benefits. So, communities that are directly affected by offshore wind development, that they would have different programs or initiatives. What those would look like, I don't know at this time. That really depends in the future. But those are some of the things that we're looking at. Also related kind of to bidding window is kind of how long an auction occurs. It's usually 1 day. Sometimes it's 2, depending on the number of people who bid on an auction. We also asked during the proposed sale notice if anyone else is interested in bidding on the potential areas. So right now we have 4 that were interested from the call for information and nominations, which was 2 years ago almost now. And so that changes over time. More people may be interested or less. And that leads me to the last one. What do we do if bidding doesn't occur? We don't lease the areas. And that has occurred before in the past. Sometimes in oil and gas, there are areas that are not bid on, and those just, we don't lease them.
That makes sense. And since we're in new territory here with wind energy, you probably don't have that track record.
Other
than at least on this coast.
Yeah, I think I'm not positive, but I think we had some areas that didn't have a lot of interest in the Gulf of Mexico, which is not really known for its wind resource potential. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie and Jean. Let's go to Fran, followed by Amelia, and then we're scheduled to take a break before we get into our next agenda item. So Fran, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Jean. I was wondering, where does or when does the impacts on ports and estuaries get figured in from the actual development of the, for the infrastructure, for the boats, for, the ships that take the, from the construction activities, from the deepening of channels, where or when does that get factored in? Thank you.
Sure. So the impacts associated with like the construction at a port or the deepening of channels to accommodate vessels going in and out or towing of particular structures would occur at the construction and operations plan stage, which is not something that we anticipate to happen until they develop surveys. So we would have to lease the areas first. After the leases are awarded, if that happens, then they would provide the survey plans. And at that time, they're going to describe in the construction and operations plan where they plan to operate out of, where they plan to construct out of. And then at that point, we'll know and we can evaluate, which is the second environmental impact, environmental review. So that has been done on the East Coast, and those are environmental impact statements, because those are some pretty large infrastructure.
So if you decide to lease, right, and then people develop these surveys and impact on the ports and estuary statement, and those impacts are unacceptable, do you cancel the lease? What happens then?
BOEM has the opportunity to request modifications to the proposed construction and operations plan from a developer if those are not acceptable. And if a developer is unwilling to do that, then we do not award any approvals for their construction and operations plan. So that's a major decision milestone from the Bureau. And just because a lessee has a lease does not mean that they are allowed to construct anything without our approval. And if we don't approve it, then they got to go back to the drawing board, so to speak.
So could you give me an example of a type of modification from on the East Coast that you've required for for the impacts on ports, or for leasing space or deepening of channels that have made impacts less or acceptable?
That's a great question, probably for one of my NEPA coordinators. I don't have really that information off the top of my head. We have always required modifications to date on every single construction operation plan we've gotten. So it's been very much an iterative process. So if you would like, Fran, I can, I'll write your name down, get your info from Andy, and then I can connect you with people who can probably give you a more detailed answer, if that would be okay.
Yeah, that would be great. I think there's a lot of people that would be interested in that. So maybe we can just have Andy field that for OPAC. Is that okay, Andy?
Sure, yeah. I also see a question from Rick Eichstad in the chat, which I think would be answered at the same time. So I'm happy to, pull some of those things together, communicate with Jean, and send that back out to the OPAC membership.
Sounds good. Thank you, Andy. Amelia, go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you, Jean. And I first wanted to reiterate, thank you, Joe and Fran, for bringing up two of my concerns, which was modeling and also an economic analysis of nearshore impacts, which will be very important for non-consumptive recreators as well, especially in Coos Bay. I was hoping you could clarify, and I apologize if I missed something beforehand, but at what points past this leasing process will OPAC and I guess the state of Oregon have opportunities to engage in the process and with any potential leases? Or is that planned?
So there are multiple opportunities. So one of the things that BOEM is required under the Coastal Zone Management Act is any construction and operations plan would have to be reviewed by the state for consistency certification to ensure that the project that would be proposed is in compliance with the coastal management policies of the state. So the applicable policies, of course. And so that's a key input or milestone point, I think, for the state. The state is also developing the offshore wind roadmap, which I think would be very interesting to see where those touch points are in the future in the process, that we can have those discussions with the state. I think identifying those early, especially at key milestones, is very important. The NEPA process has the public comment process, but also in addition to that is really we'd be looking at sharing that information at the BOEM Oregon Task Force. And I'll come anytime and provide updates and listen to what OPAC has in terms of comments and concerns. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about and really looking at. And I hope OPAC has some inputs for us in terms of what milestones in the future, if leasing does occur, they would be really interested in hearing from us.
Thank you, Jean.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. We do have a couple more questions. Karina, I see your hand is raised, and Margaret had a question in the chat as well. But we are running a little bit behind. So I'll take Karina's, and then maybe we can answer Margaret's question in the chat. And Andy and Eva, you are tracking those, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we got those. Thank you.
Okay. Karina, go ahead, and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the community benefits agreement or bidding credits, actually, I should say, question. Are there any other kinds of bidding credits that are under consideration at this time? I've heard that there have been some proposals for things like a conservation or restoration type bidding credit. Just curious if BOEM is considering any other forms of bidding credits, and when for the public to know when those kinds of suggestions might be most effectively communicated in public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. Those are really good questions. BOEM has on the East Coast used different types of bidding credits than the three that we're kind of thinking about that we've used for California that we know really are applicable for East Coast. but the East Coast has not chosen to do like a general community benefit agreement for local communities. They haven't done that. They've done something called a fisheries contingency fund. So they've proposed a fund that would go to fishing communities. I think it's actually specifically to fishermen or fishers, to be correct in my terminology. So for fishers, so it's a fishers contingency fund. The other thing that they've looked at is a natural conservation fund type. I don't know the specifics of it, but that did not move forward. There was, I think, some concerns by the East Coast states regarding how it would be applied. So those are two that have been used before on the East Coast that could potentially be bidding credits for Oregon. I mentioned the three that we are considering because those are what we considered for California. And we know that we had developers interested in doing those types of bidding credits. So there is success for it in the past on the West Coast. So that's kind of our rationale. The other thing is you asked about how would they be incorporated, or what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
What would be the best opportunity for public to provide comments on potential bidding credit ideas? So is that in when the announcement for the lease auction terms come out? Is that when the public comment on those would be useful? When would it be most useful to get those comments from the public?
It'd be most useful to get those comments from the public on the type of community benefit agreements during the proposed sale notice public comment period, which is 60 days under our regulatory process. I'm sure there's going to be a request for an extension, and probably consider that. But it is mandated in our regulations that it's a minimum of 60 days. And so that would be the time that we would publish the proposed sale notice. So the proposed sale notice would have an actual proposed lease, including lease stipulations, and also a proposed like auction format. And in the proposed auction format would be those bidding credits. So if there are bidding credits that say an OPAC member would like to see rather than the other ones that we may provide, that would be the time during that public comment period to provide that to us.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Jean. I know we went a little bit over time, so I want to check in with Ramfis and Heather, our next presenters, and see if we could take a 10-minute break and if that would be okay with you guys. I'm not sure of your time schedule.
It's okay with me, Susan. This is Heather.
Okay. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:40. Well, now 10:41. Hi, everybody. I know it's only 10:40, but maybe we can take another 30 seconds and get everybody back. When you come back, if you can turn on your camera or give us a thumbs up so we know that you're here, we can get our next presenters teed up and ready to go. And for anybody who's still on the line, if you're interested in making public comment, please put your name in the chat that you'd like to do that. And so far, I think we have 3, maybe 4 people who wanted to make public comment, but I wanted to make sure we have that option for all of you. So, and there we go. We got the recording going again. Thank you, Jean, and thank you everyone for a good discussion on Oregon's offshore wind areas and the next process. What's next up in the process? I'm sure we're all keenly attuned to that. And now we have our Oregon offshore wind roadmap panel. As other people have talked about earlier this morning, there was an informal work group put together to work on a roadmap with exit ramp considerations. So I will turn it over to Heather and Ramphis to introduce yourselves and discuss the offshore energy roadmap with exit ramps.
Thanks, Susan. My name's Heather Mann. I'm the director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative based in Newport, Oregon. Represent 33 trawl fishing vessels that fish from California up to Alaska. And one of the conveners of the informal work group. Ramphis and I are going to sort of split this presentation. I'm going to start and give a little bit about the history of how this came to be. And then Ramphis is going to dig into the details a little bit more of the actual roadmap, what it is and what it's not. Ramphis, you want to introduce yourself first and then I'll start?
Yeah, thanks, Heather. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. My name is Ramphis Giantino Viatoro. I am the Oregon Policy Manager with Blue Green Alliance, which is a national organization bounded between the United Steelworkers and Sierra Club. And our mission is aimed to address our environmental challenges while creating good quality jobs. And yeah, happy to be here and yeah, glad to present here with Heather. Heather, I'll kick it back to you.
Thanks, Ramphis. Maybe move to the next slide, please. Great. So I want to just take a few minutes to talk a little bit about the background and how this came about. So I have been working on offshore wind issues for the last couple of years with Governor Brown's office prior to Governor Kotek. And once Governor Kotek was elected, I immediately started reaching out to the transition team and her office, trying to get engaged on where we were going with offshore wind. At the same time, I was attending some meetings hosted by Oriana Magnera, which some of you may know, about siting renewable energy projects. And this was on terrestrial ground. And that's where I met Ramphis for the first time. And through that process, Ramphis had suggested a small group of us spend some time getting to know each other and understanding what was important to various groups like fishing and labor and renewable advocates and whatnot. And so that's where I first met Nicole. So Ramphis, Nicole, and I were talking and trying to educate each other about what was important to us and sort of complaining about the BOEM process to some degree. And flash forward to Karin from the governor's office, reaching out to us and having conversations with the three of us on what could Oregon do that could be better than the way the BOEM process was unfolding. And so that's sort of how this got started. We wanted to talk about how do we bring people together in an informal way so that we're not stymied, if you will, by an overly bureaucratic process. How can we get people to the table to talk about things? So we invited a number of different groups to the table, and you can see here on that slide, the process was never meant to be exclusive. It was meant to be efficient. And so we thought we would bring a lot of folks together, have these conversations. We called it this informal working group, but we always knew that there would be, if we were successful, that there would be a very inclusive state process, which is hopefully where we're at now. And I believe whether it was Andy or someone else from DLCDC saying that this outreach effort associated with writing the Oregon roadmap will be one of the most, one of the greatest public outreach projects the state has undertaken. And it would be very robust. And that is something that's really important to us. And to those of you who weren't at the table that had wanted to be, there is that opportunity. So we decided also to have Oregon Consensus be our facilitator instead of leaving it to Ramphis, myself, and Nicole. We wanted to be able to fully engage. And yes, we have coordinated, but having Oregon Consensus come on board and help us has made a world of difference in getting to where we're at right now. And you could see from this list of the groups that were at the table during this informal process, and then all the different agencies that were available for advising the group. Next slide, please. So we had a few things from the beginning that were important to us, and that was putting a roadmap together, the considerations for a roadmap that looked at the whole coast, not just Southern Oregon, where the wind is the strongest, but looking at the whole coast to try to avoid disrupting fishing or other types of things that are ongoing in the ocean, whether that's recreating or the wave energy project, whatever else is happening. And then we wanted to look at the entire span of things, from the platforms in the ocean all the way to where they connect to the grid, and really through consensus, try to identify where we have common desires, like safety at sea, regardless of who it is. If you're a turbine worker, a fisherman operating near turbines, like safety at sea is paramount. And so we started with that sort of low hanging fruit of what are the things that we can all agree with. And then through consensus, kind of figure out what could we compromise on, or how could we work together to identify at least what needs to be considered in an Oregon roadmap. Next slide, please. So this is really important, and I'm going to actually just read you the bullet points and talk about them. So the group was and is exploring the opportunities and impacts, learning from different perspectives on floating offshore wind. This has been really, really key, and I think we've all learned something in the process. I know I have. And then crafting our considerations, our themes, our topics, the key questions the roadmap should include. And that was done through consensus. What the group is not is a decision-making body. We were never going to be saying offshore wind is or is not for Oregon. We were not going to create any positions on floating offshore wind. And then the group is not building the roadmap. DLCD is the one building it. The roadmap considerations is a document that, like I said, considers all the themes, the topics, and the key questions, but we're not the group that's writing that roadmap. Next slide. And I'll turn it to Ramfis to talk here, I think, about the details within the roadmap.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. Yeah, again, I think as just want to reiterate, as we're looking through this, the informal work group, again, is providing what we consider roadmap considerations, not the actual roadmap. So that, again, will be work conducted by DLCD. But what our hope here, as we were working with this informal work group, was, again, we went in deliberation and through a consensus model, came up with what we wanted to provide as a recommendation for considerations for the governor's office and DLCD as it develops its roadmap. So one, I think it's just a general executive summary to why an offshore wind roadmap with exit ramps for Oregon. So as we talk about an offshore wind roadmap as shorthand, we are including the consideration of an exit ramp. So it's not, again, this is a pro-wind document or an anti-wind document. It is a document aimed to be inclusive and balanced with a diverse set of stakeholders and perspectives. So we're trying to say here is a roadmap for pursuing what are the opportunities and impacts, but exit ramps are, again, where are there considerations for pauses and indefinite pauses, where there are pauses for concern, or where there are unknowns in the exploration for offshore wind development. Second, the Oregon context for offshore wind potential. So we're trying to cover, again, why are we in the state of Oregon pursuing offshore wind? It was really important just to provide some context to explore, one, Oregon's wind resource being really great in the Southern Oregon coast, to just consideration of meeting Oregon's 100% clean energy mandates. As well as, and I think this has been a good debate for conversation, has been just the levelized cost of energy and understanding the potential for, again, why, you know, BOEM or the federal government is again exploring offshore wind. As we laid out roadmap objectives, many of the principles that Heather mentioned earlier, we want to try to capture a balance of different views and perspectives. So our, again, objectives of what we want, again, DLCD and other stakeholders to consider in development is, how are we connecting Oregon's decisions to regional and national context? Again, understanding that Oregon is unique from the rest of the world, but knowing that we are connected to a regional and national energy markets, that we have local concerns, local resources, local voices that we need to take in considerations. Additionally, how are we making decisions that are equitable, transparent, coordinated regionally, you know, based on sound information, and that it's a product of meaningful engagement with affected communities and tribes. So again, I think when we originally met, one of the most important things was about relationship building, knowledge sharing, and just identifying potential common ground. And I think it was really important that we, in any pursuit or any conversation on offshore wind, it becomes a state policy of the state to consider what are the voices on the ground, thinking about and making sure that we're meaningfully engaging impacted communities and tribes. And additionally, around decision making, we wanted another additional objective was, how do we make decisions that are place-based, integrated, adaptive, and strategic? And so as we pursue this work, again, how are we thinking about ensuring, again, this concept of place-based decision-making, folks closest to these projects? How are we thinking about it from an angle of being integrated and adaptive as we learn and hear from folks and stakeholders from this information? Cross-cutting lenses to apply to decisions. So this, again, I actually may have flipped these between cross-cutting and objectives, but again, how do we achieve, I did flip these, my apologies. I did flip the objectives and cross-cutting lenses. I just covered the cross-cutting cutting lenses, but on objectives, just thinking about how do we achieve our clean energy markets, how do we protect the environment, ocean systems, and protect birds, fish, and wildlife? How do we protect cultural and archaeological resources, tribal subsistence, I'm having a challenge with that word, and culturally significant viewsheds? Additionally, how do we support and protect coastal communities and towns, and protect existing seafood providers, and develop Oregon's offshore energy workforce? So those are some of the objectives. I may have flipped, in my apologies, on the cross-cutting lenses. And I think we provide some recommendations for a roadmap implementation. And then we concluded with process summary. I'll just summarize here on the process in this is we tried to capture as many voices and viewpoints in this while trying to maintain a singular voice. I want to say that at the end of the day, we made and came through a consensus model for what we're recommending. That's not to say there wasn't rigorous debate and conversation here. Can we flip to the next slide? Oh, yeah, we did cover this. Here are the objectives again. I did cover this. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, yeah, here are the objectives again. Next slide. Here are the cross-cutting lenses. So again, connected to regional and national context, equitable, transparent, and the product of meaningful engagement with affected communities, place-based, integrative, adaptive, and open to exit ramps for pause on projects. Can we go to the next slide? So what's next? The roadmap considerations document should be ready soon in early May. We are finalizing a near final with our product. Again, as we noted, these are recommendations for consideration. DLCD will be leading the roadmap process and stakeholder engagement in that process. The group wanted to see if we could do better in listening and hearing multiple perspectives. We believe we did that. We tried our best to do that within our group. But again, I think we just want to note there was a lot of rigorous debate, rigorous conversation, and I think we did the best to capture all voices on their table. And we believe that the hard work remains ahead of us for us all. So I want to acknowledge in the backdrop of all this work, we were always looking beyond the current wind energy areas. But obviously, I think that those developments happened during our work. But I think we try to be adaptive and responsive and try to capture all voices through this process within the informal group. So I'll pause there. Heather, I don't know if I missed anything in my ramble, but hopefully I captured as much as our work. Anything you would add as we conclude here?
No, I think what I would add is just inviting, there are members of OPAC that did participate in our informal work group. If they wanted to add anything to the discussion that we might have missed, or anything important that you want to add, but I think you covered it pretty well, Ramfis. In the chat, Fran had asked to see a copy of the roadmap considerations document, so I'm glad we included and let everybody know that it will be out in early May for everyone to take a look at. And so stay tuned for that. Apologies for not having it out sooner, but that rigorous debate and coming to consensus work actually took a little bit longer, and really appreciate the inputs of Tara and Karina and Susan and others for that process and helping us get to where we ended up. That's all I'd add.
Great. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Ramfis. As Heather mentioned, I was part of that group, and several of the others of us were as well. It was difficult at times. I don't know that it would have been as successful without Bobby Cochran and Sophia, I'm blanking on her last name right now, from Oregon Consensus. It took some significant work, but we did. We came to consensus, and I think it was critical. This is something very good that I think we can hand off to the state to take from here, and I know I'm proud of it. So I'll just say that. Any other OPAC members who have questions or would like to speak to that, please put your hand up. And Joe, followed by Karina.
Yeah, thanks so much for the overview, Heather and Ramfis. I just want to echo a little bit of Fran's comment that, I think that OPAC really does need to do a formal review of this document before it gets off the DLCD. So I would recommend that. I don't know if that means another OPAC meeting at some point in the summer, or just we could do it via email and have maybe, I think we do need to come together and discuss it, but I feel like just to keep this just to keep it transparent, as I think we all want, and there have been expressed concerns about that throughout this whole process, that we want to just make sure that all the constituents that are represented by OPAC have the ability to review this document and before it moves forward. So I'll just stop there.
Thanks, Joe. I, from my perspective, don't have an issue necessarily with that. I'd look to Oregon Consensus, who's probably the best to answer that and how that would working with your leadership, how that would work. I would just say that in terms of the next step, and maybe Andy can speak to this, it's not just guided by our considerations document. So it's my understanding if there's some glaring omission of some sort or something like that, it can be picked up through DLCD when they're doing their process. But I do agree 100% about transparency. And part of the reason we have such angst about this process really is the lack of transparency with the BOEM process and what happens in that black box. So thanks for the comment.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Heather. Karina, followed by Amelia.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to echo some of the comments that were made about what the process was like sitting in with this informal mutual learning took place amongst the members. And I think it was a good process. I think the items in the roadmap considerations document that will be released will be really informative and help support the state's process. So just wanted to echo just support for this being a step, not the roadmap itself for Oregon. Joe, based on what you suggested, one idea, I'll just put this out for folks to listen to, is that let the work group finish their, release their document, and OPAC can take it under consideration, review it, and maybe make any recommendations that they would like to the governor regarding that document, just to keep the process moving and to allow it to come out and for people to be able to review it. So, but not impeding the progress. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. And I think that's a good topic of discussion for our future meeting scheduling. So keep that in mind. Amelia, followed by Andy.
Hi, yes. Thank you all for your work on the roadmap thus far. I think it's so important, and I agree with Joe, it's important for OPAC as well to be involved. I apologize if I missed something, but when I looked at the working group, I didn't notice any representation from ocean recreation, which is a very important part of actually Oregon's economic profile. And also, I was curious, how was the non-fishing recreational group engaged through the process thus far? And if they weren't, why were they not included so far? Thank you.
Yeah, so Amelia, thanks for those questions. And I've fielded similar ones from Charlie Plybon as well. We had recreational fishing represented, and I know that's not what you're talking about, but I do want to note that Richard Heap was there on behalf of recreational fishing. And as I said when I spoke earlier, this was not about being exclusive. It was about just being efficient. And we knew there's other groups as well that were not in at the table. I think that we've spoken with folks individually about what we were doing. I know I received input from just colleagues and friends of mine who are active in surfing and other recreating that have an interest both in renewable energy, but also in, marine reserves and protecting the ocean for recreating. And so I would say that the informal work group was informed informally by the conversations that many of us had. There was never an attempt to keep the thoughts of recreational users out of the process. And in fact, I think that there's a real great opportunity now at DLCD. As I said earlier, Andy or someone said it will be the most robust outreach project the state's ever undertaken, or one of the most. And I expect that the recreational user's voice, similar to, like homeowners and people that live on the beach, they weren't at the table. We we just couldn't have everybody there, but it was not a conscious decision to keep recreating folks out at all. And I would note that in the chat, there's also a question from Bob Main saying that there were no municipalities, state government or local government at the table either. We did not have elected officials come. We wanted this to be not government. This was informal kind of discussion. I'll note that we did ask Association of Counties to join, and they did not have the capacity to do so. And Bob, in your comments, you note that the 3 Southern Oregon counties where the projects would be based, but I would just say that all counties are impacted, not just the southern ones in terms of fishing. And that's one thing we learned through this. I think people learn through this process, because people would say, well, you're in Newport, what do you care? Well, because when my boats leave Newport, they turn left and they fish down in those call areas. It impacts all the counties up and down the coast. But we did not have elected officials coming beyond a few people that were associated with ports. So
Thank
Amelia,
you.
yeah, I'm happy to talk more about it. But again, I know that you will be very involved moving forward.
Yes, thank you. I look forward to recreational users being more involved with the process. And thank you for your work. This roadmap is so important moving forward.
Thanks.
Thanks, Amelia. Thank you, Heather. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to commend the group that helped to pull this roadmap with exit ramps consideration document together, and talk a little bit about kind of the role of state agencies on the group, because I don't know that was really referenced yet. And we approached our role on this group as purely advisory, from a technical perspective. So if they had questions, we would answer them. We had a couple of presentations that we gave the group, but really the document, when it's released, is the voice of those other entities who've all come together. And I just want to stress the importance of that for this state. And I will be speaking next about our thinking, or our early thinking related to House Bill 4080. But without this group coming together, forming a really collaborative effort and supporting in our short legislative session the work that's going to be needed for the state to adequately address this issue, it really wouldn't have happened without this group of individuals. So I just want to publicly thank them again for all their hard work. I will speak next with a little bit more detail about what our thoughts are from DLCD, but wanted to just relay that, one of my concerns when I joined as an advisor to this group was transparency, and that we do know and recognize that really comprehensive engagement around the topic means lots of different things to lots of different people that come from backgrounds with different perspectives. And so we need the state to have that kind of a process, I think, so that we can have that healthy dialogue about what compatible uses of ocean space are, what are the standards and enforceable policies for our program we want to bring to bear on the question of whether or not any future proposed project is actually consistent with Oregon policies and the vision for what we have for our ocean health. So I'll stop there, and I think Peggy had her hand up next.
Yep. Thank you, Andy. And you're right. Excuse me. A lot of us struggled with the transparency issue, but we recognized that, a small group, a nimble group that could meet. I think we met every 2 weeks for the last, or pretty much every 2 weeks for the past 6 to 9 months. So it was a lot of work. We tried to remain small and nimble and thinking outside the box. So it was a real learning process too. So Peggy, followed by Tara.
Yes, thank you, Andy, very much. And I just want to reiterate, I love this concept of people coming together to form a consensus around an issue that really is in everyone's public interest, especially for those people who live along the coast, but more importantly for the state as a whole. And I really am concerned about having BOEM be the bully in the china shop that is just going to dictate their timeline over and above everything that I have heard here today is just screaming that they are, I just don't want to see this process get rushed. And I don't want to see BOEM steamrolling over any of the processes that people in the state are clearly screaming about to slow down and to think about this and to actually talk about it to a lot of diverse interest groups who should be heard. And I think a consensus approach is absolutely the best way to go. And I really want to thank the two people who just gave this presentation. That what a great idea. And for the OPAC members who are on this team, on this committee, right on, keep going, do it.
So Peggy, thank you for that. I want to admit that Maine did a roadmap, which is what I had brought to the group and said we should do something like this for Oregon. So they started the process with bringing different people together. And I think to form that roadmap. And then really, I think a lot of credit goes to Ramfis for kind of pulling us together to learn about each other before we got into the heavy duty stuff of a roadmap and set that basis. And then I totally agree with what you're saying, and I'm actually going to address that in public comment about BOEM. So I'll save that for my public comment. And I did want to respond to Andy in terms of, well, one, we are so lucky in the state of Oregon to have Andy. He is amazing at his job. He is thoughtful and super smart and just fantastic. So we are so lucky that he's part of this process. In terms of transparency, we did hear those concerns. Like Susan said, a lot of us had concerns about transparency. Oregon Consensus, as a response to that, the group had asked to post our meeting notes. And that is available on the Oregon Consensus website, and we'll put that in the chat for folks that can track some of our progress and our meeting notes. Sorry, Tara, I think you were next.
Yep, thank you for that. And we did, as part of the process, we did try to look beyond the current wind energy areas, which was tough because there was a lot of decisions and a lot of announcements and a lot of news about the wind energy areas, you know, that came out while we were meeting. So it was, you know, tough to try and separate those two and look, you know, look beyond that, but I think we did. Tara, go ahead.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, I just wanted to respond some to Joe and Amelia and on OPAC's involvement going forward, and that is a discussion we are going to have right after lunch, as Susan mentioned earlier. So I think that's a very important time for OPAC to think about, you know, how we want to review this document, how we want to engage in the roadmap process going forward, and what we really view our role as. So just wanted to flag that there is an opportunity here for us to take all of these various things happening and have a discussion about how OPAC wants to engage further and how we envision our role. So just putting that out there, that it is on agenda, and we will have a much more in-depth discussion about that after lunch.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. Okay, any other questions from OPAC members before we move on to Andy's presentation that takes us to the next step in this process? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you, Heather. Thank you, Ramfis, and thank you, Nicole. I know Nicole Hughes from Renewable Northwest could not be on here today, but it was really Nicole, Ramfis, and Heather's leadership that got us all together. So thanks to you. And Andy, you're up.
It would be helpful if I actually unmuted myself.
It's a Monday.
Yeah. So again, for everyone's benefit, I'm Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the Oregon Coastal Management Program, which is housed within the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. I first want to touch on House Bill 4080. And I will say that in my experience working for the state on ocean policy and planning, this really is an unprecedented investment in our program. I have never seen the legislature act as quickly as it did to respond to this topic. And I will be describing in a little bit more detail kind of what this includes. But for the legislative work that happened in the short session, it's busier than I've ever been in responding to requests and appearing at committee meetings where there was a chance that questions would come up as related to, well, what was this roadmap and how would DLCD be a part of it? And I first want to say that the legislation, which was brought to the fore by Rep. Graber, was really first and foremost about the inclusion of strong labor standards in any workforce development projects related to offshore wind. That was really one of the driving issues. And the concept of a roadmap and work on the roadmap was kind of added into that thinking. And the idea was before there are any leases or any pre-sale notices that, you know, the state would, one, be able to bring those strong labor standards to the fore. And the bill was successful in doing that. The other thing that the bill did was it provided support for DLCD to be the leadership agency on the next chapter in the actual development of a roadmap. So when we talk about transparency, when we talk about open public process, really that is going to be something that we spend a lot of time and energy thinking about and focusing on and understanding how to move forward on. But to do that, DLCD asked for capacity. And we asked for 2 permanent positions to support us in our work in development of the roadmap and then an implementation of the roadmap following actually developing it. Those positions are a roadmap project coordinator, somebody to really lead kind of the broad comprehensive group and the contractors who we are going to bring on board to help us with that public engagement. But also then somebody to lead on the assessment of Oregon's enforceable policies as they relate to offshore wind, with recommendations about what rulemaking processes or other policy processes may be necessary to actually make changes or amendments to our existing policy and regulatory framework. So this was passed with the conclusion of the legislative session in March. I think it was close to March 15th or so. So we've had a little bit over a month to think about, you know, how we begin to turn our agency ship to address the needs related to building a roadmap for the state. And I want to say explicitly that the standards that were included in the roadmap really came from the perspectives that the informal offshore wind working group shared. Right, so I think these came directly from the roadmap piece, and they speak to the comprehensive engagement that I think and that others think the state needs to have so that we really have a conversation and we bring everyone along to understand the decision-making processes that are happening, where engagement in those processes can happen and should occur for Oregon to be able to have a strong voice in thinking about offshore wind, not really knowing yet what a project is going to look like, right? Because there's many potential configurations of projects, and there's a lot of uncertainty as to where onshore any activities associated with a project may be, and how those would relate to the existing land use policy framework and uses that are already in those places that Oregonians and others care strongly about. So I'm not going to read this list. It's directly from the legislation, but it just speaks to that really broad, comprehensive engagement that we believe needs to happen. And we are proud to be asked to lead this effort on behalf of the state. So what we've done here is a little brainstorming and a little bit of thinking to put a couple of different timelines together for you. You heard from Jean Thurston earlier this morning, the projected BOEM leasing schedule for leases that may be issued as a part of an auction later this year. So that really could begin at the end of this month and take us to the middle of fall or winter before leases happen.
Andy, could I interrupt you real quickly? I think we're still on the intro slide.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Eva. Let me try and share again. Trying again. Okay, are you seeing my timeline slide?
Yep.
One of the challenges that DLCD has in taking leadership of the roadmap is to also acknowledge and recognize that the projected BOEM leasing will be occurring mainly for the spring, summer, and fall of this coming year. Acknowledging that people who would want to be involved in a roadmap process may also have an interest in participating fully in the BOEM comment period and official regulatory process that is associated with leasing. So understanding that constraint, we have been, beginning to plan the public process that's associated with our regulatory role in reviewing the environmental assessment that BOEM will be providing and their consistency determination. So we have in the works public meetings that we are planning. I think we have landed on 3 to 4 meetings, but they're located on the coast in person, in addition to a virtual meeting that will be held for others to be able to participate statewide. And recognizing that we will be in the midst of that review and fully engaged in that review, we do not think that there will be outreach or engagement efforts that are associated and overlapping with that time period. We want to recognize the value that this informal group has provided to the state. And we are thinking about convening a successor of that informal group, likely with a few more representatives seats associated with it, that can continue to help the state by performing as a sounding board for all of the other engagement and input we are going to receive through broad community engagement efforts. I do want to recognize that tribal consultation, as mentioned earlier by the governor's office, is something that we are initiating. We have been responsive and responding to our tribal government needs and requests as they come up that have been associated with previous steps in the BOEM process. But we want to acknowledge that that will likely continue to occur throughout the period of the roadmap development in whatever ways those entities would like it to happen. But we are thinking about an advisory group of some kind, although we haven't landed on the name of that, nor when we will be soliciting for nominations to form that official group. But that will, we're envisioning there would be 5 to 6 meetings of that kind of group that will take place between the fall of this year and the summer of 2025. Additionally, we recognize that there are many different interest groups and organizations who want to be able to have a voice, to have their input heard, and to have education about the roadmap and about the future needs of the state. And we envision that taking a number of different forms, from focus groups to broad public meetings, as well as potentially individual interviews and or surveys. So we've got a lot that we are thinking about and planning. One of the first things that we will have to do is figure out how we bring the capacity the legislative body has provided us to bear. So, we do need to fill those two positions, which I discussed earlier as being the roadmap coordinator and an enforceable policy specialist. We are also going to need to engage with a firm that can help us conduct that public process in the many different ways that we're thinking about. So next steps, kind of once we get those individuals on board, would be to think about how we pull together that advisory group. Again, we're not
Andy, we lost you and the presentation,
Yeah, we did.
I think. Did we lose him completely? I'm not even seeing him.
I don't see him in the room.
Yeah.
Might it be an idea that somebody, Amanda or something, grabs the screenshot and Andy can present and you share your screen? Would that help?
It might, Fran. And I'm not sure how much more he had left of his presentation, except to be able to say that we are in the process of getting those job descriptions pulled together for those two key positions that are going to help move this forward, with the idea that timeline's a little out of our hands once it gets into the queue for recruitment, but hoping to bring somebody in July. And get this running off the ground. An RFP may go out before that to help solicit the consultant that Andy referenced, just to have everything in place. And we do, of course, have Andy, right? And we have other staff that can help move the ball forward while we wait to bring these people on board. But we are really looking at what a really strong public and stakeholder engagement process can look like. And we've heard a lot about little bits and pieces of it over the course of today about how we can help make that happen, and definitely taking all that into account. But I'm not sure where else he was going to go with his presentation. So I can at least wrap up that part of it. And if he gets back or feels like, or we can work on maybe having Mandy take over the slides and he just directs when she changes it. We'll see if he had anything else left. But he seems to be gone. Let's see here.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Lisa.
I'm looking to see if I can find the slides, Lisa, right now.
Yeah. And I might be able to take us through. It'll sound a little different than if Andy was taking us through, but might be able to get us across the finish line. There he is. Hey, Andy, we're going to have Mandy run your slides. Maybe that'll help on your end a little bit.
okay. Hold on a second here. I am just getting back into the meeting.
Yeah, and in the slides, there isn't the time frame one that he's looking at. I was going to try and share it so that you could present, Andy. We were just trying to help find a solution.
I've got one more to go through.
Okay.
And then I will email you my version so that if it happens again, we can continue on.
Wonderful.
Apologies,
Thank you so
everyone.
much, Andy.
So I wanted to talk just a little bit about broad timelines and our thinking about the roadmap. And first, I want to point out that the roadmap is not going to be the answer for the improvements in policy or rulemaking that are expected to occur. What we do expect is that it is going to identify a lot of needs and a lot of pointers to projects or rulemakings that would need to happen in order for the state to shore up policies that it wants to have that it can apply to an eventual project application when that may occur, which from our understanding of timelines could be anywhere between 5 years or more from the point at which a lease is actually issued. The roadmap does have a requirement that we report to the legislature. I think that's actually September of 2025, but we envision our work on the roadmap document itself being completed by June of next year, with then the task to implement and establish working groups or projects or rulemaking that are going to need to be completed in order for those plans or policies to form the review criteria that we will use when we, as a state, evaluate a project that eventually comes to us. So the roadmap piece on the completion, maybe a relatively high level document that has a bunch of pointers to different places. And that will help the state identify the gaps that it needs to work on between now and a project application coming in the door. And with that, I will take any questions. Again, really sincerely apologize for the number of crashes in Zoom as I attempt to help facilitate the meeting today. I'm going to stop so I can see people's faces and answer any questions that you may have.
No worries, Andy. We always appreciate all your hard work, and I've always been afraid that, you might hit burnout at some point, but I never thought we'd break your system.
I think it was YouTube that did it.
Okay, that dang YouTube. Just kidding. Okay, thank you, Andy. Lisa Phipps stepped in and provided some additional information, so appreciate you both for doing that, and Amanda for recording the meeting and keeping us going. So questions from any OPAC members? I see Joe, and then I'll look for other hands.
I can go ahead. So Andy, thanks very much. It sounds like there's a lot of variables to juggle in this process. I appreciate all the work on that. Can you clarify, maybe you did this, but with all the breaks in the presentation, I may have missed it, but the technical advisory group, is that technical group going to specifically focus on the roadmap development, or is that a wider technical group to comment on larger issues around offshore wind?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Joe. The idea is that they would represent the many different perspectives that need to be thought of in totality if the state of Oregon is thinking about offshore wind. So that could be entities who are thinking about port infrastructure development, right? I heard at the Pacific Ocean Energy Conference at the beginning of the year that, groups in Vancouver and the Port of Portland are looking at offshore wind as potential economic drivers of how they could be involved in the industry, right? So potentially groups as far away as, Portland, Vancouver, et cetera, have an interest in thinking about how they could be a part of supporting a broader industry, right? So there needs to be space and time to allow groups with many different perspectives to be able to provide that kind of feedback to us. So the idea is that this group would be a sounding board for the different comments that we receive and advisory to us on how or where pieces of their thinking could be incorporated into a roadmap.
Would that include all types of constituents, not just the one the example you gave, for example, environmental,
Yes.
fishing? Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Peggy.
Yep, Peggy, go ahead.
So Andy, how does this figure into, I mean, I wish I had the BOEM map up at the same time I saw yours, because I'm trying to keep track of all the chess players on the board here. And how does this compare to what BOEM is proposing to do? Regardless of what Oregon does, they don't seem to be interested in what we're doing or impacted, actually.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Peggy. So recognizing that there is a track that is, from a regulatory perspective, going to be pretty tight and controlled once BOEM initiates the next step, which is the publication of the pre-sale notice, the EA, and the federal consistency decision. There will be about 6 months of time, roughly, between when we get that and when BOEM is going to be issuing a lease, if they proceed on that course. So our roadmap itself is not designed to influence that step. Our roadmap is thinking about when an eventual project is proposed, does the state have the right policies ready to be incorporated into the review? And that could mean policies related to ocean use, it could be viewshed impacts, it could be any elements of a project that are onshore. Because we don't know yet what the configuration of a project is going to look like, we can't yet evaluate what those things are. But what we can do is we can look internally at our own state policies or enforceable policies, both from an offshore and an onshore perspective, and think about how the state can, one, do we have gaps in our policies where we would want to have additional regulatory review and capacity? The next is, whether or not we do have policies that are in place that address them specifically, but maybe aren't tailored to offshore wind, and the state may want to have recommended amendments to, for example, a part of our territorial sea plan that would be related to the offshore potential impacts or effects. And so the idea of this roadmap is let's put all the pointers in the right place to identify where the state needs to do work. Let's make sure that we get engagement with many different perspectives on how to think about those. And then, hopefully the roadmap will have those pointers and projects identified so that we as a state, ahead of any proposed project being actually submitted, will be able to review those with federal consistency as the tool.
So in other words, this whole thing is designed to try to stay either in tandem with or ahead of whatever BOEM is doing, because that's the big impactor. So this whole thing is being driven by BOEM's timeline. Is that right? Am I understanding this right?
Yes, it is.
And do we still have anything in these proposals that have anything to do with hard and fast data that is being looked at by any scientific review group about the impact on the environment of the coast?
Well, and that's the difference between a leasing decision and a project decision. The leasing decision that BOEM will actually undertake allows a company the exclusive right to do the characterization work of that place from a resource perspective, right? So how does it make sense to create an array of turbines, right? So they have to map the seafloor, they have to look at the oceanography, they have to understand the wind climate. And as they come to understand that information more fully, they will actually be able to conceive of a project, right? Design the project. And that's going to go everything from what it looks like to how it's constructed to how it's decommissioned, right? So that construction and operations plan, which Gene referred to, is the place where Oregon would get any details about the elements of a project, right? Without that, it's really hard for BOEM to say what the effects are going to be, because they just have a broad, like, here's the area.
Right. Yes.
Now the company has a right to go look at that area more specifically, and they will give us in our consistency determination how they have made that decision, right? What are the activities? So geotechnical remote sensing surveys, observational surveys about birds and mammals in the resource area, et cetera. Right. So it's only that very narrow envelope. And that's really not satisfying if you're thinking about this as being a yes or a no, a project could move forward.
Yeah,
right?
well, and the other thing is that what you're saying is that the person who gets the right to a lease is going to get to do the evaluation of the site, which to me just sounds like, let's put the fox in the hen house and have the fox count the hens.
I can see that perspective. I can also see the fact that, BOEM is not the developer in this instance. They are only the landholder, right? So, they will be reviewing very carefully the survey results that are collected that are going to demonstrate consistency with Oregon's policies, right? If, as an example, we have a policy that says disturbance of rocky seafloor habitats is something that is inconsistent with Oregon's plan and the identified resources and uses of our forestwell policies, right? If there were proposals to have development intersect with that, that would be inconsistent with our policies, right? So that's an example of, but BOEM doesn't know exactly where all the rocks are. So they depend upon a company to actually do that survey work, and an investment from companies to do that work is part of the broad thinking around, will a project actually be feasible in a specific location?
Okay, but let's just call me skeptical. I don't get how this, I don't know who's watching out for the state. Is it DLCD? Is that the two new people who are going to be hired are going to be watching this process happen?
Yes, and Oregon's other agencies as well, right? As soon as there's a lease owner, then the owner of that lease would be engaging with state agencies and with BOEM on the different process steps that they're taking.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because I just.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Andy. And Peggy, just so you know, it is confusing and it's difficult to determine when and how to comment. In the past, the state agencies have commented on the offshore wind areas and the notice of intent. And so they're looking at these things very carefully too. I know, and in other processes, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has worked with NOAA and the Pacific Fishery Management Council to make comments on, what's happening with fisheries. So to what extent those have an effect on what BOEM does, I don't know. But it is confusing, and I get that. So I don't know if that helps or not. Karina, go ahead.
Thanks. I actually wanted to help inform and respond a little bit to Peggy's query just around sort of the scientific and technical studies that might be underway. just for folks' awareness, there is currently, the Marine Mammal Institute has funding from the Department of Energy, and they're doing baseline surveys of whales and seabirds in the area. Some of that work is underway right now at sea. I know that through Sea Grant, we are funding a researcher, Sarah Hinkle, who's working, and her colleagues who are working on understanding the impacts of electromagnetic fields on a variety of marine species that might be interacting with the seafloor and those cables. There is an opportunity potentially. Wearing a hat now, I'm also a trustee of the Oregon Ocean Science Trust. To the extent that money comes in and might be able to fund relevant research in that space, they are under, we're pursuing fundraising there. So that's the theme of ocean energy has come up. In addition, the Marine Reserves Program and their ongoing monitoring is another source of information about ocean health, although admittedly they are present with a bigger footprint on the northern coast than on the southern coast. So that's just something to keep in mind, but it is a source of information. I mentioned earlier the ocean observing system coming out of NOAA that is a source of information. Unfortunately, it may be cut, which is problematic, but just a link here for folks to see some of the information that we get from there. So surface currents and temperature, which might be important to consider, baseline and what happens in the future. And lastly, remember that OPAC has a science and technical advisory committee, which could be charged with taking on some kind of analysis if it's so, if OPAC so desired. So just wanted to give folks some options and some information about things that are already underway. There's also human dimensions research underway through Oregon State University with some of the social scientists there related to offshore wind and communities. I'll stop. That was just information sharing.
Thank you, Karina. I really appreciate that. And I guess all of that is great. What concerns me is that there's all these different little studies that are going on, and what are their timelines? I mean, it's as Susan said, it's very complex. So.
Yep. I totally understand that. Anybody else from OPAC make a comment or ask questions before we move into our public comment? Jamie, go ahead.
Yeah, what gave me a handle was with Andy's last slide of the roadmap with exit ramps planning overview. And I got this also from when I listened to the Road Climate sponsored talk between Andy and Jeff, was that some of the enforceable policies will come from this group in the terms of when we look at the TSP amendments, in particular, part 5. I think, Andy, if tell me if I'm wrong about this, but the TSP 5 deals mainly with offshore wave energy, not wind, and so we have some work to do by which to help with this consistency review. So I think that's my handle on this. I understand, Peggy, your confoundedness with all this, but there's one handle that I noticed.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. I think it's the complexity of this issue is at a scale at which I've never dealt with a problem before. And I think that's partly driven by the potential scales of activity that could happen if certain kind of projects are lined up and designed and proposed. Right. And that's why, the analogy of like a moonshot relative to offshore wind is actually, I think, pretty apropos. And just trying to understand how many different people who care very strongly about our ocean can understand what those risks are, what the compatibility of ocean uses can be, how activities that could come to our local ports can be integrated into the fabric of our communities. Those are all huge challenges. And we need to think pretty comprehensively and holistically about those, because we don't yet know what projects are going to look like, but we, I think, should have a vision as Oregonians or others who care about this as to what the right way, if this happens, is it's going to be, right? And that's where we can begin thinking about amendments of local plan policies and ordinances for things on land, for directionally drilled power cables if they're going to come under the shore and intersect with the power grid on land. There's just a lot there. So I totally understand your kind of challenge in understanding the scope and order of kind of the existing regulatory roles. It's hard to keep up with, and my job is to keep up with it. So that's why I'm really looking forward to having some new capacity at DLCD this is their sole focus, and they will be able to help us lead the questions and the dialogues that we need to have.
Great. Thank you, Jamie, for the question, and thank you, Andy. I'm not seeing any more hands raised from OPAC members, so I want to move into public comment. Before we do that, though, Ranfis wanted to respond to one of Joe Liebezite's questions, and I also wanted to note for OPAC that I rushed through our agenda and forgot to ask if there's any other agency updates. Ryan Hoof would like to make an update soon, but I do want to go to Ranfis to respond to Joe's question, and then we'll go into public comment. And I have 5 people as noted in the chat. So Ranfis, if you want to go ahead, and then Andy, do you have any special instructions for public comment? So Ranfis and then Andy.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Susan. Joe, I just want to follow up on the request to get a copy of the roadmap recommendations from the informal group, just to be on the same page. I think we're happy to send that to you and for OPAC members to have an advanced copy or sneak peek. But just want to sort of clarify, like, I think from our end, like in terms of additional like edits to the informal work group, I think we're done on edits there, but I think again, fully encourage members here and members of the public to provide their feedback to DLCD and the governor's office. So I just want to sort of level just expectations there, just because I think we just went through a pretty lengthy process. So I hope that works. Just again, advanced copy, and then before we go public with sending our copy to DLCD and the governor's office. That's it for me.
Great. Thank you,
Yes.
Ranfis.
Susan, I don't have another. I think if we can have our speakers limit their testimony to 3 minutes, it's likely that we may know commenters who let us know that they want to speak. So, and Ranfis,
Whoops, I think we lost our audio, Andy. I think we lost Andy.
Susan, I didn't have anything to add.
Okay.
But we just limit the public comment to 3 minutes. Oh my gosh, I'm so frustrated.
Okay. And in my limited ability, I don't have a timer.
I'd be happy to time folks.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the people I have in chat are Charlie Plyben, followed by Sarah Hamilton and Tom Calvanisi. So Charlie, go ahead. Tell us who you are and who you're representing.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
We gotcha. Welcome, Charlie.
Thanks so much, Susan, and thank you, members of the council. For the record, my name is Charlie Plyben. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation, and I'm very pleased to be on this side of the virtual table presenting testimony to the council today. I'd also like to congratulate and welcome Amelia. As some of you may already know, over 80% of Oregonians visit and recreate on Oregon's coast, and ocean recreation represents $2.4 billion annually in expenditures for our coast. So I know that Amelia will too. I'd like to begin with some brief recommendations for Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan and the public proposal process for designating new rocky habitat areas, given I see that's coming up later on your agenda. Given the extensive evaluation process, which I had the pleasure of helping lead for OPAC over the past 5 years, and the newly designated areas which are just now beginning to seek their management plans, I would encourage the council to consider pausing before opening up and initiating a new proposal process at this time. This will give both the agencies and the community groups that propose the newly established sites some time to revisit, to develop the management plans and learn before moving forward with new proposals. It may also give the council and the governor's office time to consider, particularly given offshore wind processes and developments, broader nearshore goals for conservation that may be proactive and help guide future area conservation actions and protecting our nearshore existing uses and resources. In the wake of a lot of reactivity to the current federal processes underway, it may be really smart for the council and the governor's office to think proactively about what we're trying to protect. And I think that there's some measures that may help guide future processes in that place. Secondly, I'd like to comment just on the offshore wind. Surfrider supports the development of a state-specific and Oregon way process for evaluating and siting offshore wind on the Oregon coast, but we have some concerns with both the process and the lack of inclusion in these steps thus far in considering a state roadmap. Our organizational policy on renewable energy and the ethos of our membership in Oregon supports both existing renewable uses of our ocean resources and the exploration of the potential for renewable energy. For nearly 2 decades, our organization and members from the recreational and tourism sector have played an important role in the state's marine spatial planning process. In partnership with other ocean stakeholders and our state agencies, we supported critical economic and marine spatial planning data and processes to plan for energy in our nearshore. We worked with ocean stakeholders to adopt our state's territorial sea plan for ocean renewable energy planning. And we both served and engaged on this Ocean Policy Advisory Council, our state's formal working group for ocean policy issues. All this work has come with great intention and integrity for our state's statutorily defined ocean stakeholders and public process for supporting the state and transparently advising on ocean policy issues. Over these decades of ocean policy service to the state of Oregon and our engagement with ocean recreational users and other sectors, we've built strong relationships and a fabric of trust in representing the many economically important recreational users and often the tourism sector of the Oregon state. So I'll just wrap up and say, while we appreciate the work of the roadmap and formal working group, it was done in a process that's really in the shadow of this council. It lacked transparency, and I'm hearing it is going to continue lacking transparency until the document is public, but we'll only get a preview by OPAC. I believe all documents that go to OPAC are public, and so I'd encourage OPAC members to share that. For our future engagement in this, we don't want to be sidelined as one of the most important marine spatial planning exercises to the state of Oregon, and we implore that any future efforts be inclusive of these and the many other marginalized interests. The trust of this constituency, one of the most economically important sectors of our coast and ocean, has been eroded now, and we're really asking for Oregon way thinking and inclusion moving forward with offshore wind to begin rebuilding that fabric of trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's see. I took notes on everything you said, so I appreciate that. Next, we have Sarah Hamilton and Tom Calvanese from Oregon Kelp Alliance. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you guys hear us okay?
Yep, we gotcha.
Great.
Tom Calvanese here. I manage the Port Orford Field Station for Oregon State University here in lovely Port Orford. And I'm here with Dr. Sarah Hamilton, who is the scientific coordinator for the Oregon Kelp Alliance, of which I am the lead. And I'm just here to give you a brief update. I'd like to update you on some of the projects we're working on, and then hopefully give Sarah a few minutes to share some little sneak peeks about what we're finding. First, I'm excited to let you know that the Oregon Kelp Alliance has joined the Global Kelp Forest Alliance. And the Kelp Forest Alliance last fall launched the Kelp Forest Challenge. And the goal of the challenge is to protect or restore 4 million hectares of kelp forest globally by 2040. Myself and 60 other co-authors published the Kelp Forest Challenge Roadmap last fall, and the Oregon Kelp Alliance is committed to this initiative, and we are building consensus around an Oregon Kelp Forest Challenge pledge that we'll be leading here in Oregon. We've also in the process of wrapping up the Oregon Kelp Forest Assessment and Plan. This is a project we've been working on for the last year, funded by NOAA's National Centers for Coastal and Ocean Science with many partners. And we're very excited that we'll be publishing the Oregon Kelp Forest Status Report and the Oregon Kelp Forest Stewardship Plan later this summer. And I'd like you to hear some of the details about that from Dr. Hamilton as soon as I'm complete. We're also excited to let you know that we're going to be launching a new project, the Oregon Kelp Forest Protection and Restoration Initiative. This is being supported by a $2.51 million grant from NOAA. And this ecosystem restoration initiative will include grazer control of sea urchin populations, kelp enhancement focused on bull kelp, and potential work on the recovery of the predatory sea star, the sunflower sea star known as Pycnopodia. This ecosystem restoration work is planned at 6 sites along the Oregon coast, from Macklin Cove in Brookings all the way up to Cape Lookout on the north coast. We are also launching a 3-year pilot project with funds from a private foundation, the Oregon Restorative Kelp Mariculture Project. And this project will, one of the outputs of this project will be to provide reproductive material in the form of spores and sporophytes that we will use in our kelp forest restoration work. And finally, myself and co-PI Dr. Ford Evans were successful in, with support from Oregon Sea Grant, in demonstrating a new and sustainable use for empty purple sea urchins through a co-culture with an edible seaweed called dulse. And this co-culture uses urchins removed from urchin barrens as part of our restoration work. And we will continue this project in collaboration with commercial urchin divers to explore potential business opportunities for urchin divers. And with that, I just want to thank the Oregon Kelp Alliance for your continued support of this work. And the Oregon Kelp Alliance is now and will continue to be committed to protecting and restoring Oregon's vital kelp forests. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Hamilton, who is just going to share a couple of sneak peeks with you, I think, about some of the things we're hearing. And of course, as I mentioned, these reports will be available later this summer, and obviously would share them with you for sure.
Yeah, I'll keep it to less than a minute here, folks. I just want to let folks know that as regarding the status report that we'll be publishing later this summer to assess the status of Oregon's kelp forest, ORCA conducted a massive monitoring push in 2023, targeting kelp forest habitat from Brookings to Pacific City. To complete scuba surveys in historic kelp habitat, we worked with scientists at OSU and U of O. We worked with the dive team at the Oregon Coast Aquarium, and we worked with the community science organization Reef Check. Using the 2023 monitoring effort, along with historic kelp forest monitoring conducted by ODF&W, we estimate, this is an early number, but we estimate that about 2/3 of Oregon's historic kelp habitat has transformed into urchin barrens that no longer support thriving kelp populations. Evidence from Oregon and elsewhere indicates that these losses began around 2015 with a series of marine heat waves and a trophic cascade triggered by the loss of the last major urchin predator in Oregon, the sunflower sea star. So much more to come when we publish the full report this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sarah. That was informative, and I still remember the presentation you gave from last December. So very interesting notes that you have there. I forgot to ask if OPAC members had any questions for the public speakers. So do any OPAC members have questions for Tom and Sarah first? And then we'll go back to see if anybody has any questions for Charlie. Joe, is your question for Charlie or Tom and Sarah?
It's for Charlie, and I see that
Okay.
Julie has her hand up too, so
That's okay.
I can wait.
Okay. Okay. I'm not seeing any questions for Tom or Sarah. Thank you. Always good to see you and hear about the Oregon Cope Alliance and all your work. I'll go to Joe.
Yeah, this is just regarding Charlie's comment, and it's not, Charlie doesn't necessarily have to answer, but I just, if we do delay the TSP3 process, which Charlie recommends, I don't disagree with that. But I do think that we should have a firm date set for when we re-engage on the next round of public proposals, just so we don't lose that momentum. And I do appreciate that, you know, the DLCD has, and Charlie worked very hard on that process for many years, and we don't want to lose that work and delay it too long. I also understand that, you know, there's capacity issues within the agency too, and I'm really happy that Eva is now on board. And I also want to just plug that there is a policy option package to make that position permanent, and I think that it's important to keep the TSP3 implementation going for the long term. And I know that OPAC actually supported that with a letter in the past. So just want to, you know, just bring that up, that's an overarching goal that I think DLCD has, and we at OPAC have recommended to make sure that implementation carries forward in a rigorous way for the long term. So yeah, I guess my main comment is just making sure that we have a new date set if there is a delay.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Okay, next I have Heather Mann, followed by Walter Chuck. Heather, welcome again.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, so again, my name's Heather Mann. I'm the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I'm also the coordinator for the Protect U.S. Fishermen Coalition, which is an informal group of about 25 different fishing-related organizations engaged on offshore wind. My members alone have harvested hundreds of millions of pounds of Marine Stewardship Council certified whiting in the call areas off Southern Oregon. I've been deeply involved in this process for several years. And I think there's a couple things that's really important to know. Oregon, this is a new technology. Floating offshore wind doesn't exist anywhere in the world at the scale that's being contemplated for the West Coast. It also does not exist anywhere in the world in water deeper than 300 meters. So I listened to the presentation from BOEM earlier, and I'm concerned about how BOEM is characterizing the involvement they've had with tribes in the fishing industry. It seemed they were suggesting that we're working together and that there's ongoing collaboration. This is not the case. If this were true, then BOEM would have taken the recommendations of a significant number of commenters, including the entire Oregon Coastal Caucus, our federal legislators, 17 different local municipalities up and down the coast, to scrap the call areas, map the entire coast with their deconfliction model, and look at waters deeper than 1,300 meters, and then be transparent throughout the whole process. None of this has happened. Extending a public comment period and patting yourself on the back for doing that by 15 days, that is not authentic engagement or collaboration. And I knew that before I did the roadmap process. But now I really understand more what authentic collaboration is, and that does not exist with BOEM. At every step of this process, BOEM has said, from when Amanda Lefton was the director all the way down to local folks, that if Oregon wants to go a different direction with offshore wind, then BOEM would defer to the state. Most recently, I was in Washington, D.C. at an executive level meeting at the White House, and they said the same thing. The top climate advisor said, if the state of Oregon wants to do something different, we will defer to the state. The tribes, as well as the entire fishing industry and many others, have asked BOEM to stand down until the Oregon roadmap is completed. I think you could see from the presentation earlier that that really doesn't seem like something they're going to do. Even with the letter that was sent from Governor Kotek, which I appreciate greatly, it's still, construction would be several years from now, and it's important to get it right from the beginning. So if we move forward with a lease now, all that's doing is undermining the process for the roadmap. It's a distraction and it's undermining it. And I'll conclude, Susan, with 2 points. The first has to do with the modeling that was done to identify the wind energy areas. NOAA had provided a preferred scenario for including critical habitat for endangered species in that process. In a public meeting, when BOEM was asked why they didn't incorporate the preferred scenario, the BOEM employee said, if we include that scenario, we can't get 2 gigawatts out of the area. So if that doesn't tell you something about this process, then perhaps the fact that BOEM has never rejected an offshore wind project will. Even when there are significant negative impacts to the environment, to fishermen, they still approve the projects, which is why in-depth analysis isn't done up front. It's my belief no project would ever get started if that was done in the beginning. And finally, I see the roadmap as the only way that all voices get heard in the process. It would be great if OPAC could recommend both to the governor, but also to BOEM, not to move forward with any lease auction until the roadmap is completed. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Heather. Members of OPAC have any questions for Heather? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Heather. I have Walter Chuck followed by Doug Barrett.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Chambers, for the opportunity to speak, and all of the members for their volunteered service. Walter Chuck, speaking as a Newport resident, with 18 years of experience as an attendee and member of OPAC. I would like to comment on the offshore working group. I appreciate their work and look forward to seeing their end product, and hopefully the OPAC members will forward the unofficial copy to us, to the public, before it's released. It's my view that this should have been OPAC's work. The governor's office in the past has directed OPAC to take on other issues regarding ocean policy. Marine reserves, Territorial Sea Plan Part 5 amendment. Both took some time, but there were some good outcomes in case of the marine reserves and Territorial Sea Part 5, and some not good outcomes as far as Territorial Sea Plan Part 5. At that time, when they were going over Part 5, the OPAC members did ask to have the federal waters included, and they were told no. The reason I wished that this had been part of OPAC's work was that OPAC are vetted and approved by the Rules Committee, assuring that public input and the members have been looked at and how would you say, vetted carefully. The working group was invite only, and informal to me means lack of transparency. In my opinion, further work on the roadmap should be part of OPAC's work in the future. I see that we have some open seats on OPAC. I think maybe some of the working group members should be applying for those spots. I'm glad to see my replacement, Nick Edwards, is already part of the working group. And the other thing, I hope the OPAC members' involvement on the working group, the offshore working group, the informal group, does not get somehow labeled as OPAC approval of the process going forward. Going forward, I would hope that OPAC will write a letter to the governor's office that the work regarding the working group and the roadmap, that OPAC, the Ocean Policy Advisor Council, is allowed to assume its legislative authority and responsibility in advising the governor's office on ocean policy. I would also ask that the OPAC members, you ask to have on your next agenda or upcoming, reach out to states that have gone through or are going through the current BOEM process regarding offshore wind on the East Coast. And lastly, I would support Charlie's comments on part 3. He and I did some great work on the working group, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Walter. Yes, you and Charlie did do great work, and I appreciate everything you've done on OPAC before the current OPAC. Any questions for Walter? I'm losing my voice. No questions. Okay. Thank you, Walter. Great to see you here. I have Doug
Actually, I
Barrett.
had a question, Susan.
Oh, okay. Joe, sorry.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Randfis could answer Walter's, could kind of respond to Walter's question about, having more transparency around the pre-roadmap document, if that's what we want to call it.
Sure. Randfis or Andy?
Yeah, this is Rand Feast. I'm happy to address this question. Again, for the record, my name is Rand Feast, Giantino Viatoro. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager with Blue Green Alliance. As a member of the informal work group, I just want to know, first and foremost, what the informal work group is a group of stakeholders, of nonprofit organizations, advocates with differing viewpoints on offshore wind coming together to discuss, again, initially with the goal of knowledge sharing, finding, identifying common ground, just and overall just building a relationship together. The recommendation and considerations for a roadmap are just that, considerations. We recognize from the very onset, we're not a public body. We were a group of stakeholders who felt like there was a need for intervention to encourage and set a policy for the state to develop an official roadmap document. So as advocates, we were able to, one, ask for the roadmap to be a policy state via legislation, House Bill 4080. But I think I just want to note that the document that we'll be submitting to DLCD and the governor's office is just a considerations. We didn't solve anything in the document. We really were a group of stakeholders debating with one another around the pluses, the benefits, the negatives of offshore wind, and just really asking DLCD in the state as it's developing an actual roadmap to take into considerations. And I think one of the most important considerations is to be inclusive, to be transparent, to engage many voices in the process. So that's, I think, really just important. I just want to note and underscore here is DLCD will be leading that roadmap development. We have full faith that DLCD will do this in a public and transparent manner. I just want to sort of just underscore what the informal work group is providing is just considerations. This is not a roadmap. This is not a substitute for a roadmap. We would feel like it would fall very short of a roadmap if this were the document. And I think folks can clearly understand. I think there are many voices that need to be included. So I think what we aim to do is include diverse voices. We fell short of including every voice, but I think again we have full faith in DLCD leading and doing that work. So I just wanted to sort of note and underscore that. Heather, I see you're on. I don't know if there's anything else you just want to add about the considerations from our group and versus the actual roadmap from DLCD.
Right. I mean, I think you did a really good job, Ramfis, of capturing the fact that you and I and Nicole came together and moved this forward. If Charlie and if Walter, if you're upset about that process, you should be upset with us. But we took it upon ourselves because we didn't think it was going to happen in a timely manner. And we wanted to get something going because the clock was ticking and BOEM was moving forward. And I think we made the right decision at the time to move forward. We've also had the website up with the meeting summaries, as well as the list of folks that are participating for quite some time. And I had calls of people ask me questions. It wasn't secret. It was just trying to be, get things done quickly, because this is a really important issue for many of us, particularly in the commercial fishing industry. And we needed something versus just rolling over for BOEM. But now that process is going to switch to whatever process DLCD uses. So I bristle a little bit at the comments being critical, but please direct those to me and to Ramfis, and we'll take that criticism. I still believe we did the right thing, and I think we have a really good product. And I think when you see it, you'll agree that we have captured almost every voice, even if they were not at the table. I think the question that Joe maybe was asking to be answered was Walter asking for the document to be forwarded from OPAC to folks when OPAC gets the document. This isn't a secret document. We can talk about how to get it out to everybody easily and quickly. We were trying to just roll it out in a fair way, so it just got out there. At the end of the day, it's up to Ramfis and I and Nicole, I guess, as the conveners, and Oregon Consensus how we do that. But there's not any attempt here to hide a document and only let a few people see it at a time or anything like that. But I do believe that when everybody sees it, including the folks that have been critical of the process, I think you will agree it's a very good document that captures all the voices, even the voices that weren't at the table. I'm hopeful that it does. But again, it's just considerations. It's really going to be up to DLCD to figure out their process and make sure that everybody has that voice. But if we had gone that route, we would not be done. If we had gone the OPAC route, we would not be done. We met every 2 weeks. Ramfis, Nicole, and I have been meeting for more than a year. So
yeah,
I believe this was the right process.
Cool. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Ramfis. We are getting close. We are behind on the agenda. So I want to go to Doug Barrett, followed by Mike Graybill, followed by Ramfis, and then Julie. So Doug, go ahead.
Okay, somebody muted me. Anyway, Nishanas, Sayusla One Heach is Doug Barrett. I'm the chief for the Confederated Tribes of Kuslo, Umpqua, Sayusla Indians. And I wrote down a whole bunch of notes, but hopefully I'll get through most of them. I heard a comment that somebody said that BOEM was working with the tribes. I'm going to say not. Consultation is not a one-way street. We are a sovereign nation inside of a nation. We are above the state, counties, and all the municipalities. Who's going to hold the foreign companies' responsibility for our already damaged ecosystem? That's my main concern. These foreign countries are going to come in and bid for this, and who's going to hold them accountable? Not the U.S., not the states, not BOEM. Because they said BOEM, once it's done So once somebody buys a lease, then it's done. It goes to the companies. Who's going to protect our salmon, our lamprey, our whales, our killer whales? Our killer whales are dying and losing numbers fast because salmon is their number one food, and Chinook salmon especially, and we don't have enough salmon to feed our people, let alone the whales. We can't even keep the ocean clean. Styrofoam and plastics. We told BOEM many times to try to stay away from our Heceta banks. It's the best fishing spot. It was also an old mountain system, which we know our old sites are sunk out there. We definitely want them to stay away from our ancestors out there. They decided to go south at the south end, which is still in our Aboriginal territories. We are stewards of our lands and waters and oceans, even if we don't own them. In our perspective, we couldn't own land. We just inhabited and worked with the land, the waters, and the oceans. Everything was stolen and taken from the tribes. Unratified treaties. If you don't know what that means, give me a call, I'll fill you in. We care about our relatives and our whole ecosystems. Alakai Alliance, give me a call from the Oregon Kelp Alliance so we can talk, and we'll try to bring back our sea otters back into our ecosystems. The tribes in Oregon and Washington have sent letters to their governors. We also hold ceremonies to heal our lands, our waters, and our oceans. We care about our ecosystem and nobody else seems to. When I was at a meeting up in Washington, the East Coast lawyer got up and says, what about our right whales? Are you going to wait till all of our right whales are dead before you listen to us, listen to the tribes, listen to what we're saying about our ecosystem is already messed up way beyond repair. We need to throw billions of dollars. And I asked BOEM this question, can you throw $1 billion at helping our ecosystem? Fix our salmon, our lamprey. They're disappearing in numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Do OPAC members have any questions for Doug? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Mike Graybill, followed by Ranfis.
Thanks very much. I just have a comment relating to BOEM's process. So they're going to call on these leaseholders to provide a construction and operations plan after the leaseholders make a substantial financial commitment to the federal government and also commitments to other groups. So the this construction and operation plan is going to engage the full-fledged NEPA EIS process. And this is going to require BOEM to, among other things, provide a statement of purpose and need for the project, which has yet to be articulated by this agency. And it'll also require them to consider a range of alternatives that are designed to address the purpose and need, whatever that is. I have a question to say, what happens to the lease fees that are paid to BOEM if the NEPA process identifies an alternative that's designed to address the purpose and need that has fewer or no impacts to the proposed alternative? So, for example, I expect that land-based alternatives to providing 3 gigawatts of power or whatever is proposed at 2.6 gigawatts should be raised, could be or should be raised during the scoping process. Or, for example, wave energy as an alternative form of producing the same amount of power in the ocean should be considered as an alternative. It's pretty obvious that in the land-based alternative that meeting those needs using land-based energy will have fewer impacts on the ocean lease areas. So my question is how will alternatives be identified during the scoping process? And how will BOEM respond to alternatives that have fewer or no ocean impacts? What happens to the money that's been paid or promises made? I would recommend that OPAC should consider engaging during the scoping process by proposing some alternatives that have fewer or no impacts to the ocean.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Let's see, Ranfis followed by Julie.
Hey, thanks. I'll be brief, and I think I may have already covered my points in my previous presentation. But again, my name is Ranfis Giantino Viatoro, the Organ Policy Manager with Blue Green Alliance. I just want to again, I think reiterate, I think the hope here and desire for DLCD to lead on the official state roadmap process for Oregon. Just taking a step back on just offshore wind altogether. I think we are in the middle of dealing with a climate crisis and trying to meet not just our 100% clean energy goals, but just meeting the energy goals of the future. I think in the backdrop of that, which has been articulated really well in this meeting, is we're also dealing with historical harms. And I think what I hope here is what happens in the offshore wind roadmap sets a standard, or sets a bar of how we think and talk about all different forms of development. I think we rarely get to see an opportunity to see all hands on deck, and if you will, on how we tackle some of the most pressing issues in Oregon, especially when it comes to land use, especially when it comes to the types of generation or transmission projects that we need to build to meet our energy or clean energy future. And so I hope it sets that bar even for land-based energy projects. So I don't have a specific outcome where we go today on wind or no wind tomorrow. But this is just recognition, and I think we're hitting the theme here, just the need to be inclusive, to lift that bar, to do some knowledge sharing, to get folks to share not just their historical experience, but their technical knowledge for the betterment of Oregon. So I'm glad to hear the interest for folks here in this call to support the development of an offshore wind roadmap. And I hope to see folks being able to participate in that process. That's the end of my comment. That's the end of my aspirations, but I just appreciate everyone for giving the space to testify here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranfis. Any questions for Ranfis? Okay, the last public comment person we have today is Julie Stream. Julie, go ahead.
Well, I want to say thank you also to everyone who came together today to work on this. Again, I'm Julie Seastrom, Hannes Coos, Tribal Council for the Confederate Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla. And I'm so thankful that our chief, Doug Barrett, was able to speak before myself and highlight some of the most important aspects that we've been dealing with. I've only been in the mix since 2021 on this issue, but it is exactly as he said. The consultation process, the email process, the discussion process, it has not been the way it is supposed to be as far as comprehensive engagement is concerned. That has not happened with BOEM. I can't remember who it was, but I think it was a speaker whose first name is Peggy, and she was concerned about scheduling and BOEM powering ahead at their own pace in spite of, or no matter what anybody says or what everybody says, BOEM's got their own schedule, and their schedule is to get something started by October of this year. So those of you that powered on and have been working on getting this roadmap started, I humbly thank you. And I don't know if it's enough to stop the damage that is impending on this project or not, but I humbly thank you for the effort. And I hope that your efforts will come to fruition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Any questions for Julie? Okay.
I'm sorry, there's one last thing that I wanted to say that I don't know how important it is to everybody on this call, but while we were meeting, there was another meeting that was going on with between BOEM and BSEE, BSEE, and that was a final rule and renewable energy modernization process. And I spoke about that earlier, where in one of the conversations that we had with BOEM, we were talking about what everybody's been talking about today, where the lessee is the one who's been going to be potentially doing the testing and that kind of stuff, and we were concerned about that. And BOEM has said that BSEE is going to be the one that'll be stopping any action if it needs to be stopped. So they powered that through today while we were here talking together. So, and that's going to be, you know, up for online, you know, everybody can get a hold of that and read that.
Great. Thank you, Julie. Okay. With that concludes our public comment. We are behind schedule at by about 15 minutes. I want to make sure everybody has about a half hour for lunch. So Andy or Tara, any comments before we break for lunch and come back at 1:15?
I would just encourage all OPAC members. We've heard a lot of opinions and thoughts already on next steps for this group and this council related to offshore wind. And we do have specific time scheduled after lunch to discuss that and how we envision our role in these processes. So want to encourage everyone while you're eating, maybe think a little bit more about that and how you envision us and continuing to engage in these processes.
Very good idea. Okay, let's break for lunch and we'll see you all back here at 1:15. Thanks, everyone. So, thank you, Andy. Or Amanda, I'm not sure who turned that on, but thank you. Just let us know, turn on your video camera or give us a thumbs up if you're back. We can get started again. Thank you, Eva. Hi, Jamie. Andy, Peggy. Fran. Tara. Okay. I think we're Margaret. Laurel. Hey, I think we're at critical mass, so let's get going so we can finish our agenda today. We have 30 minutes set aside for an OPAC and offshore wind energy discussion to talk about talk with council members on the role of OPAC in regard to offshore wind energy policy and planning. We've heard some comments from OPAC members, from guest speakers and panelists, and the public, you know, regarding the BOEM process and the roadmap process. So I guess I will just open it up to OPAC members. Where would you like to start? Or Andy and Tara, do you have any other opening comments before we open it up to OPAC discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I think the question first and foremost on my mind is how does OPAC want to participate in the roadmap process? And I would think about this in a couple of different ways. One of which is that I think implementation of actions identified through the roadmap are going to fall squarely within the OPAC wheelhouse, right? Because I think that there needs to be a review of state ocean management policies as a part of Part 5. And I think that's, you know, likely to be one of the things that we say that we need to do. And when that happens, then OPAC is going to need to likely have a working group and commence basically that process of rulemaking. I think that's down the road a little ways. Coming closer to like our current time period, I think that the council, once we actually have a roadmap document in front of us, would have a role of providing some advice to the state on actually what's in that considerations document. So I think that there could be, at our next meeting, the opportunity to think about providing that comment. I think one of the caveats there is that in our discussions as a leadership, we were thinking about commenting in, or having our next meeting in the middle towards the end of October. And if that's not fast enough, then I think we need to think about having an interim virtual meeting specifically on the topic. So I would just start out the discussion there, because that's kind of where I see OPAC intersections immediately.
That makes sense to me. That's sort of what I was thinking as well. And it looks like we have some people who have their hands up. So Joe Liebezeit, followed by Fran.
Yeah, thanks. Andy, that makes a lot of sense to me, both for the short term and the long term engagement with OPAC. I mean, I think it's kind of without a doubt, this offshore wind process is probably one of the biggest ocean development processes off of Oregon, like ever. So it makes sense for OPAC to engage probably on several different levels. So I do feel like, and I think I raised this earlier, that the OPAC should review the roadmap document that is almost out there. And yeah, if we need to get if we need to have a meeting in the summer, that's fine with me. I would be supportive of that. I think the more transparent we can make this process, and the more quickly we can engage on it, the better. I'll stop there for now, but yeah, and essentially I agree with what you said, and I think we should engage soon.
Thank you, Joe. Fran, followed by Peggy.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. We should get engaged, and Andy, having a summer meeting would be fine, or whatever, we can get it together. I guess I need to just speak out loud because I'm feeling a little bit off kilter. I was not aware of this informal process, and I thank the people who worked really hard on it. And I understand that there was no intent to not be transparent, but I have no idea that Oregon Consensus was involved, that we could see notes on the website. And I understand the idea was to be nimble and to get things down and to provide a background, but I just I feel like I wasn't prepared for this meeting. I don't have any background. There was little information shared with OPAC as a whole, even though some OPAC members were on there. And I just feel a little bit, I don't know, just, out of it and not being able to participate fully. And I understand that this group just, provided input, and then we have our own, DLCD will have its own process and OPAC will have its own process. But I feel, yeah, I've said what I felt. Anyway, I just would like to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. I certainly understand. Peggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Fran's statement, ditto, 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 and ditto. I also feel like it's not to say anything against the group that spontaneously came up and said, we need to talk about this. Kudos to them. I mean, I think that's great. Because that shows the initiative of people who are really concerned about this. And I think it also shows the very fragile situation that Oregon is in terms of dealing with BOEM. I mean, it's like we have Colossus dragging us into a situation that we are not prepared to deal with. It isn't that we can't deal with it. It's just that we're not prepared to deal with it. And I kind of feel like you know, the chief when he said, no, BOEM doesn't talk to the tribes, even though the tribes try to talk to them. This is just bullshit. I mean, come on. This is no way to run a process that is just going to impact us totally. And I kept feeling all morning this gut reaction to, boy, I would love to know who those people are who are interested in those sites along the coast, because my guess is there's a lot of money looking at those sites, and that's what's driving this whole damn thing. And we need to do something. I mean, we need to be involved. I guess that's my main thing. We need to be involved. And I'm more than happy to sit on I sat through 3 years of watching them rewrite part 3 of TSP. It was a slog, but they did it. And thank God for Charlie, who spearheaded that whole process. But it's not easy when you get involved with state. I understand it. There's a lot of rules and regulations around this. But I really hand it to the group that took the initiative to sit down and say, what are we going to do about this? And it lit a fire. And I think we should continue to follow this up and not let it go. And it is definitely in our backyard.
Thank you, Peggy. And I'm struggling. It's tough with state and federal. I mean, this is a federal process that's driving it. So it's, that adds a whole other layer of frustration and complication and concern. So it's very tough. Amelia, go ahead.
Yes, going to be a little repetitive. I just want to say I agree with what everybody says. And this is a very confusing and elaborate process. And for that reason, I just want to emphasize, I think it's so important that OPAC stays as involved as possible, both with BOEM and with the creation of this roadmap to build some trust, ensure transparency and representation of all of the user groups. So thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. I think you're right. I think that's important. I know one of the things that interested me about the informal group was involvement of some groups that we normally didn't see with, like the labor groups. They usually don't attend OPAC meetings. It's usually ocean-centric people who are interested in what OPAC does. So I thought that was really refreshing to get those kind of viewpoints. And I'm hoping that they attend OPAC meetings and continue that discussion through OPAC. They have legitimate concerns and viewpoints that I think can help. So I'll leave it there. Who else? Aha, okay. Tara, followed by Jamie Faraday. Tara, go ahead.
I'll let Jamie go first. We both threw up our hands at the same time.
Oh, that's quite all right. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. The process is going to be in our laps here soon. May is when the informal working groups format is coming to us. And I just heard Andy, you say that we might be looking at it well before October, which makes sense. And I also want to loop back to what Charlie said about maybe putting on hold the TSP for more applications for more sites. And I would agree with that. This is going to take up our time. And I also heard that you said you have 2 full-time staff to help with the process of the roadmap. So it looks like we have some help that we can, weave in these 2 efforts with the roadmap from the informal group and the help of more staff. Is that what I heard?
If you're referring to DLTV staff, yes, there were 2 positions that were approved in the legislature. And so we are working to get position descriptions reviewed and then out and available. So I'm very much looking forward to having a couple extra minds to engage on this with me.
And is that going to happen? Is there a timeline on that you foresee?
Maybe I will let Lisa answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so as some of you may know, the agency in this last short session got somewhere in the ballpark of 30 positions to add to the agency. Many of them associated with housing, but there were some other positions, including ours, that we're going to be getting. And so they've developed a priority list and queues, and this is in the priority list, but there's a number in the priority list. So the first position description has been drafted, and now it has to go through a comps and classification process with the Department of Administrative Services, and then get its way back to us, and then we'll open up the recruitment period once that's completed. And I think I mentioned it when we had a little bit of a breakdown with the communication, that I would expect that, I hate to even put dates on it, but I'd expect we have somebody offered the job by July 1st, if not before, and hopefully offered and starting, but we'll see how that plays out. So I'm trying to get it moved up the list a little bit because of the time frame. Unlike other positions, this one has a commitment to get some things done in a defined period of time, and so see if we can't move it up the food chain a little bit. But so that's the first position. The second position description is almost done as well. We were going to recruit for the roadmap coordinator first, and then the enforceable policy positions second, allowing for a little bit of overlap in case candidates may find both of them interesting, so may want to apply, and that would also give us a little bit of opportunity to see what's out there as well. So, but that one should be shortly behind the roadmap coordinator. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I just want to get a sense for how we'll be prepared. I mean, the rest of us will have the roadmap from the informal group, and I presume that the DLCD staff will maybe precondition the new staff with some questions that OPAC can have to help with that whole process. So.
Oh gosh, Andy would kick me under the chair if I go, or if we were in person and I go astray, but I would fully expect that. So that sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the first question I would ask the council is, let's take a look at the interest seats that were represented on the informal group and start from there to see how we would expand or modify that list, because I think OPAC's perspective is valuable in terms of representation of groups that are going to need to be a part of an advisory group to the agency moving forward. So
I've had a couple thoughts, and none of them are fully formed yet about how, like, exactly what OPAC's role looks like. Obviously, at some point, there's going to be a need to look at the territorial sea plan, look at our enforceable policies. My question and what I'm trying to think through is, do we have to wait for the roadmap to do that? Can OPAC have a work group start now? Do we need to wait? What role can STAC play? We've had a lot of questions on the science, all these data layers. I know, Andy, you know better than anyone, all the data layers that are out there. And I just think there's a real lack of understanding of all the data out there, even though we've had several presentations, and a real concern that all the data that is out there isn't being used by BOEM in the way people might like to see or being considered. So, what role could STAC play? And Yeah, I think those are just my initial thoughts, nothing that, nothing concrete, and I don't necessarily even have a strong opinion, because I think the roadmap could dictate some of what, you know, our changes to our territorial sea plan look like, but vice versa, we might come together and OPAC's thoughts about what should be in our plan might impact what the roadmap looks like. So putting that out there for council discussion and thought.
Cool, thank you. Good thoughts. I made a note about stack and then promptly lost it. So I'm glad you brought that up because I have it back on my notes. So good. Margaret, your hand's up. Go ahead.
I'm going to be pretty generic and just say, that OPAC's engagement is key. I don't really know what that looks like. So I'll I'm listening to everybody's ideas today. I don't have any preconceived notions of that today. I will say that, just regarding TSP part 3, and I would love to get some comments, I guess, from DLCD about that, because I know that DLCD's focus has to be offshore wind right now. And I hear people asking for TSP part 3 to pause. TSP part 3 obviously took a lot of time to develop and a lot of effort, and so many people were engaged in that process. We don't even have a new RFP drafted for the TSP, the new process. And I definitely have concerns about that, just given that the TSP does include so many components that fold in tribal rights, consultation, and policies. And so if there was going to be any other processes, to protect either rocky habitats or marine areas in Oregon, that part 3 does a really good job of folding in, I think, tribal rights and authorities. And I just wouldn't want, I would like to see a process that's very transparent and I think vetted and inclusive. And I think that process was, and it took a long time. And so I just want to hear, I guess, from staff if it feels like there is a squeeze there for TSP part 3, and that's maybe a reason to pause. But I would encourage us, if we're not squeezing it, if we're not in a position because staff is limited, I don't know whether I feel the same as others that we should continue to pause on moving at least forward with an RFP, and then thinking about when we want to start the TSP part 3 process again.
Can I just respond very briefly? I'm going to have some prepared remarks and some slides to remind us about the process of part 3 during that agenda item. I think it's really important, the point you just raised, as to what is the department's capacity to look at offshore wind at the same time we're looking at a next proposal process. So thank you for bringing that up. It is at the forefront of my mind, and I will have some additional thoughts for the council that I think would be informative for that discussion a little bit later.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I think that's in about 15 or 20 minutes. So pretty good timing. Joe, followed by Peggy.
Yeah, I just want to support Margaret's comment. I know it sounds like you're going to talk about it more, Andy, but and I just want to follow up from my previous comment that if we do have a delay, we need to figure out when we're going to re-engage on the process. And I don't think it should be 5 years. I think it should be more like maybe at most a year from now. But we'll wait to see what you say. And then regarding Tara's comments on the offshore wind process, I like a lot of those, and I want to circle again back on the science part of it. I think I brought it up at previous meetings, and I've talked to other individuals like Karina and Jack Barth and others about, we really need to have a independent process outside of BOEM to vet the science. And I do agree that STAC could be a body that helps set that in motion. It doesn't have to be the only body to do that, but it could start up a process like I know on the East Coast, they have the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative for Offshore Wind, which is a body that has multiple subcommittees with different entities on it too, not just government agencies, to help guide that process and to have an outside kind of group vetting the the work that BOEM is doing. I'll put a link to that in the chat. But I just wanted to raise that up again because I feel like we've talked about it a few times over a couple years even, and it's at some point we have to start moving in that direction. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. And I know, Margaret, you may be able to speak to some of the work the West Coast Ocean Alliance was looking at. I know they just held a meeting, but I can't remember how much and to what extent the science around offshore wind energy was discussed there. If you do have comments regarding that, that'd be great. Let me know and I'll call on you. Peggy, followed by Karina.
I just wanted to say to Margaret that the TSP process and those community projects that we approved, I would really like to see some sort of evaluation and report out from, I think it was 5 or 6 locations that we approved. I would like to hear from them because I know as I made my way up the coast and met each one of those groups that provided a proposal, I was very impressed with what they wanted to do, what their proposal was, and I would like to hear about how that went. And I think when I heard Charlie talk about that, that was my impression, was that he was cautioning us not to forget about those projects that are out there and for us to follow up on them and to give ourselves a break to see what worked and what didn't work before we write up yet another round of proposal plans or solicitations. I just think it would make more sense to do that. And I agree with him about that. And it's not that we want to cut it off or ignore it or change it. Because I think it's a great way to get the communities involved for sure. I just think that it's a good idea to take a look at what we've already done and say, do we want to do the same thing again or do we want to change it?
Right. Perfect. Yeah, and that, yeah, I can't talk today. We will be talking about that more in the next agenda item. So keep those thoughts ready. Andy did put in the chat that 8 new designations were approved and are being implemented. So, Karina, and then I'll go to Margaret.
Thank you. Just following up on since I'm chair of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee, that's what STAC stands for. And I put the link to the committee's web page in the chat earlier. I've been pausing to receive a charge from OPAC on what they would like STAC to work on. I kind of anticipated that this topic area might be the next kind of big thing that OPAC might want some input on. I am slated to do some revitalization, if you will, of the membership because some of the current members have turned out and they need to be replaced. And so thinking about what expertise we need on that committee was important to me before getting that started. So I would welcome, again, I think I've said it before, input from OPACs to direct that work. Additionally, STAC can convene other experts outside of who's on the STAC itself as sort of ad hoc or focused work group. With the last big project we worked on was the 10-year kind of the review of the Marine Reserves program. And that was a fairly substantive lift. It's a volunteer effort by the scientists who are on the STAC. And so sometimes, depending on how much work you want done, it may require some funding for those folks to actually be able to engage in doing that work. So just sort of outlining that there are some ways one could approach funding that, and we did that, with the Marine Reserves report as well. So just wanted to point out just some process steps and some options around STAC. So thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I think that's helpful because I've been thinking about the policy side and not so much the science side. So that's very good consideration. Okay, I'm going to go to Margaret and then Scott. Growth.
And I'm wondering if Scott is actually going to talk about the West Coast Ocean Alliance as well, or has anything to add to what I'll say. But there's a lot. The West Coast Ocean Alliance just recently had a offshore wind summit that took place in Sacramento. Andy was there, Scott Gross was there, as well as other probably people on this call today. A lot of governments, so it's a government alliance, so it's federal, state, and tribal representatives that attend that meeting. Science Collaborative was the second highest subject discussed at the meeting, as like we needed to develop further action in that area, as well as tribal engagement was the other kind of top priority of the alliance. So the alliance has looked at RWSC. RWSC has no tribal engagement currently on it. The Tribal Caucus of the West Coast Ocean Alliance is highly engaged in discussions about science collaboration and hopes to continue discussions with federal agencies, possibly at Capitol Hill Oceans Week in DC in June. And I would just say that, California has a science entity bill, AB 80, that, hasn't passed or anything like that, but looks at formulating a science entity in California to look at all in California, but it involves a whole regional look at science and offshore wind along the whole entire coast. And then there's also some work happening in Northern California with Cal Poly and the Schatz Research Center. Tribes are engaged in that, and it's like kind of a smaller effort. But I would just say that there's a lot to look at. If OPAC is going to start kind of dipping their toe in suggesting maybe what a science entity looks like or collaborative looks like, and a lot of considerations there. And a lot of examples to really kind of think about and models to think about what we might think is best for informing offshore wind.
Perfect. Thank you, Margaret. That is exactly what I was looking for, because I knew about AB 80 and I knew WACOA was looking at it, and how, part of my question about OPAC is how do we fit in regionally, things like that. So I appreciate that. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts on this issue of where does OPAC fall in here. And Margaret got me right there. I was going to mention that there's a number of groups looking at this issue holistically, a lot of groups. And I see a gap in the territorial sea. Like that's been we're looking at the project site and the effects of the project site, and the process is being driven by federal government that ends at 3 miles. So I do see a big gap that could be a good place for OPAC in that, in cabling, working in the territorial sea, onshoring. If there was a move to become more involved as OPAC, I could see that as being a high value area, just literally the territorial sea.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Other questions, thoughts, concerns, ideas about OPAC's involvement? Andy.
So I am pondering mentally what Tara discussed in terms of timing of a working group and or a summer meeting. And the thing I'm questioning in my mind is division of a smaller group to think about things more specifically versus the entire council. Because I'm hearing a demand to have kind of education on what's in the kind of roadmap with exit ramp document, as well as the ability to kind of review and comment on that. So, I'm trying to weigh pros and cons of the council establishing a working group to take on the issue originally versus just having a meeting where we dive in and talk about what we would all want to say about it together. So I'm curious what all your thoughts are. I guess, one way of doing this is to maybe see a show of hands as to how many members would want to be involved in a working group that takes a first look at the roadmap. That might give us a sense of the appetite for the group to actually just meet as a whole, or whether or not a subcommittee would be the right path forward.
Okay. Before we get there, is there any discussion on Andy's thoughts about a summer meeting versus a working group?
Yeah, Fran had their hand raised. Go ahead, Fran.
Okay. Yep.
There you go.
Thank you. It's hard to know how to answer that question about a subgroup or the full group without having seen the informal roadmap document.
Good point. Andy, do you still have the slide that showed the chapters? Do you have that handy?
Let me go back to it and then share my screen.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe just showing the chapters might help get your mind around it a little bit. It is only, I think, 40 pages, 45 pages, something like that. I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. So it really is foundational in that sense. And I'm thinking a working group might just, right now, my mind is thinking a working group might be better to handle that consideration, but kind of tossing it around in my mind as well.
Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yep, we are. So does this help? Anybody with more comments about where we want to go, how we want to move forward with this?
Well, I for one would still like to see the entire proposal. I mean, I see the chapter headings here, but I'd like to know what the content of each of those is. That would be really helpful. And I, for one, would like to see us get started on this sooner rather than later. And I'm very happy to volunteer myself for any kind of work group that I can be of assistance to. I'm not a scientist, so I don't bring the trail of important contacts and committees and attachments that go with a bunch of other people who are on this board and who are much better organized and positioned than I am. But I can always bring a gut sort of evaluation to any project.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peggy. Lisa, followed by Karina, and then Joe.
Hey, I'd just like to maybe further emphasize what Andy said. So one of the things that the council wants to consider is what and how they want to add value to the conversation. I think a smaller group helps us from a capacity issue and a management issue. But at the same time, making sure that it's well-rounded enough to give us any perspectives that we're looking for, so that when we go back to the larger group, we have this opportunity to maybe have hit on some of the high points. But I think even more importantly is this informal work group created this, what they'd like to see a roadmap look like. And those are really great recommendations. And there's a ton of work that went into that. But the official roadmap is going to come from the department. And so that will have fed into it. But really, it may be a foundational piece for it. But there's going to be so much more even coming in. I mean, there's going to be, hate to use this word because we use it a lot, but a road show. I mean, there's going to be just a really heavy public and stakeholder engagement process that could potentially add in pieces. It could subtract pieces. It could really, and it will really shape how each of those chapters, for example, get fleshed out. And so where does it make more sense for you to really invest your time and energy is probably something else to think about. I'm not sure the informal part is it's very impactful, but maybe wading into more of the official roadmap process might be a use of your time that starts to really get the value that you're looking to have in the process. I don't know, Andy, if I misspoke, but that was my feeling about this.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I think one of the things it does is it lays out the questions that this group of individuals really wanted to be addressed. That's, I think, one of the most substantive pieces of it. And so I think they're pointers to a lot of like, what can the state do to begin to look at the questions that this group has. And they range from everything from ecology to impacts to fisheries to what may happen on land relative to local policies, right? So it really is quite diverse. And I don't think OPAC is coming to this late. I think there will be a lot of time that OPAC can engage. And, I think creatively that as we DLCD are asked to have a comprehensive engagement, I would love to have OPAC members participate with us in some of those listening sessions, community forums, public meetings, so that, there can be more than just DLCD representing the face of kind of our ocean policy framework. We really support OPAC in its actions and its recommendations regarding the stewardship of our territorial sea plan. DLCD does not dictate or mandate that. It is a collaborative co-stewardship relationship between OPAC and my agency commission. And that's really important to us.
Yep. Thank you, Andy. I think that helps a lot too. Appreciate those comments. Okay. We are getting way behind on schedule, but this is an important discussion. So Karina, followed by Joe.
Thank you. I wanted to suggest something. I know folks are anxious to see the informal groups roadmap considerations document. And I don't think, I think it's hard for OPAC members who haven't been involved, haven't seen this, to really, get a sense of it and how OPAC might articulate with it. One proposal that I would put on the table is it's coming out really soon. I know that the conveners are pushing really hard to get it out very soon, so you will be able to review it soon. But how about if OPAC convenes a virtual meeting focused on discussion of that document and maybe fleshing out areas where we see gaps or areas that we would like to add to the considerations, and any recommendations to the governor based on our review and additional comments as a starting point. Maybe that's a step forward that could happen sooner, and that would give people some feeling, some agency relative to kind of feeling like they've been in the dark for a little while.
Thanks, Karina. I think that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of it that way. But I think that's something we also can bring up when we talk about our future meetings at the end of the day. So I think that would fold in well with that. So keep that in mind. Joe, followed by Tara.
Yeah, I basically was going to suggest what Karina said, is that we haven't seen this document yet, so we can't comment right now at this meeting on it maybe, but we need to do it soon. It's coming right out, so I think it warrants at least a virtual meeting for that agenda item so that OPAC members can have input and provide input, and then we can decide on whether we want a letter to the governor or whatever comes out of it, but we have a review of it from OPAC or a subgroup, depending who's interested. I also want to circle back to, Karina basically said OPAC needs to direct STAC what to do with work in terms of the issue before we were talking about was that the science group idea. And so I think that should be something we could talk about now. Maybe there's not time right now, but certainly maybe at that meeting we'll have virtually, or perhaps at the next OPAC meeting. But I think that is something that I would like to see personally as an OPAC member. I would like to see some direction from OPAC to tell STAC, give them some marching orders on, whether it be exploratory assessment of what that body can do, or what that body plus others can do to start getting at this issue of forming a independent science review for offshore wind stuff. So I think that needs to come soon. I know we have years ahead of us, Andy, but I feel like we need to start making these things happen sooner than later. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Joe. Yes, I think it is. I think it does need to happen sooner. Tara, followed by Richard.
I actually think Richard was before me. I'm gonna, since I've already spoke, I'm gonna cede the floor to him for now.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to share with you some experience that I've had in a similar arena, and that was extracting gold using chemicals in Nevada, brand new technology. My advice at this point is focus on policy, and where policy needs to be strengthened and made more robust. Discussions about science, from my experience with that, is that there is so much that we don't even know, that until you see one of these things in place, you're not going to even have any reliable starting point to try and do a scientific evaluation of what they're doing. We are lucky in that we're a couple of years or more behind California, so they will see them before we do and probably get the first blush. But we tried to get ahead of that. In Nevada, it was a complete disaster. We couldn't even begin to comprehend what we were going to have to actually deal with at that point. So I'm just cautioning that at least my experience here would be to focus on policy. Science is certainly important. Making sure we have data is important. But I'm just trying to tell you, I'm not sure that everything we have is going to be easily applied to this. I know we're trying to be proactive, but I suspect in a lot of cases we're going to end up being reactive on the science side of it, certainly. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Richard. I think that folds in well with somebody had a suggestion earlier, and I can't find it in my notes. But somebody suggested that we also consult with other states and how they're dealing with offshore wind. So, I think if OPAC were to have another meeting or something, we could certainly call on others, involved from other states to come in and say, what has their experience been, especially California, since they are so far ahead of us. Andy, I don't know if you or Tara, Andy, did you have a comment regarding what Lisa said, or?
No, I wanted to follow up on the idea of research. So about a decade ago, Oregon Sea Grant and the agency partnered together on an ecological effects of wave energy workshop. And it took a very high level picture of the ways that wave energy power devices may interact with our system. And because floating offshore wind is so new, the same kind of an ecological effects workshop is something that I've thought of. And I think we could discuss the value of something like that. But Oregon has very specific, I think, concerns associated with floating offshore wind. That has to do with kind of the different, very important commercially and ecological species that may occupy the same spaces. So I would just put a pin in that as, our roadmap could identify the topic of an ecological effects workshop, and a stack helped convening of that exercise. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is work with our neighbors to the north and south. At the West Coast Ocean Alliance meeting, I had the ability to interact with all of the different agencies in California and Washington that have a regulatory role in the offshore wind topic. So we are certainly having conversations. I'm learning a lot from my counterparts. If there's a desire to bring some of those lessons learned north, I think, you know, that is maybe something that I could help facilitate through the West Coast Ocean Alliance or other presentation to the council at a future meeting. So just wanted to have a couple of notes for very specific action items we could think about in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. Tara.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to circle back on just the document, the considerations document that will be in front of everyone shortly. We were hoping maybe we'd have it out before this meeting, but did not feel ready for prime time, but forthcoming soon. I think one of my thoughts on this for OPAC is that, you know, offshore wind, as Susan was saying, there's so many interests out there. There's labor, many different interests that have differing views on offshore wind. And I think OPAC has a very unique role within that and a very specific role. So just noting that this roadmap is going to be quite large and probably, you know, go well beyond the scope of what OPAC might really focus in on. So I just want to make sure that we think about what our charge is, what our statutory charge is, and think about our really unique role in developing policy, as Richard said, and policy that can actually become enforceable policies for the state. So I just wanted to put that out there as like our very specific role here in OPAC, because I think it's an important one, and making sure that we stay focused, because there is a lot out there and it's a lot of information. So just wanted to put that out there as, you know, as we're thinking about this. I see Karina threw her hand back up too.
Just commenting on the bigger picture that you were alluding to. The other thing, I don't know if we've mentioned it at this meeting yet, but Oregon Department of Energy is developing the Oregon Energy Strategy, which, you know, when you're thinking about offshore wind, it fits into this larger picture of the strategy for Oregon's clean energy acquisition and all of that. So, you know, that's another process that's ongoing right now. And I think there's opportunities for comment and engagement there that would encompass some of the broader issues, perhaps that may not be in OPAC's purview. So.
Good comments. Okay. If there are no other thoughts for now, maybe we can put this on hold. There's been a lot of good ideas about how to proceed next. We do have a Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 update from Andy, I think. Yeah, so a lot of you were interested in the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3. So if we go to that, we can get that update, talk about planning a little bit, let this sit in our minds for a few minutes, and then come back to this when we want to talk about what OPAC wants to do next and planning for our next meetings. One thing we did, OPAC leadership did talk about, was having 2 meetings in May and October to meet our statutory responsibilities for timing, but also potential for focus meetings, shorter meetings that are virtual or in person, depending on the situation. So keep that in your mind, and let's talk about that when we get to planning, and maybe we can narrow down some of these ideas and set out some dates. So with that, I will turn it over to Andy for TSP Part 3 updates.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So the first thing I wanted to do was to provide some general counsel on implementation of the new Rocky Habitat Management Strategy designations. One of those important activities was rulemaking. And I did want to let the people who were responsible for the rulemaking actually do those updates. So there have been 2 rulemakings that have been completed, and we'll cover those. And Scott Groth can speak to the rules that ODF&W has updated, and Laurel Hellman can speak to the rules that Parks has updated. Scott, if you want to go ahead and provide a brief update on your rulemaking.
Sure, thanks, Andy. Yeah, I was relatively new to this role, taking Dave Fox's position, so I was really not part of the judge or jury, but I felt like the executioner. But went through quite a bit of work to get those rules adopted into our sports regulations. You know, we try to make regulations clear for people, and we have, you know, many layers of marine management areas through time that have different rules and overlap geographically and with take. So it was very complex. We got a lot of help from a Sea Grant scholar, Alex Avila, to sort that out. So the actual regulatory steps that we made was, well, Andy did the work with the Secretary of State to get that adopted. ODFW notified tribes and invited them to consider those new areas when they reconsider agreements. We modified the sport regulations. We changed on pages 83 through 87, not that I remember off the top of my head, of the sports regulations. We're constrained to staying in the same number of pages. So we had to holistically review all of our management regs to get them to fit and to make sense. And that was very challenging. Got done, and we accompanied that with a website. So we have a GIS-based website that you can see where you are and where the closed areas are and what the rules are in those places. We did link a lot of information from the Marine Reserve, so you can like click on Otter Rock Marine Reserve, and then there's a drop down that takes you to that website. And we actually developed text for these TSP areas, like kind of lifted the work that Andy did on the that narrative that you made, Andy. I can't remember the name of that, but we kind of lifted the format he had there, and we've developed text for all the TSP3 areas that hasn't fully been updated on the website yet, but should be soon. We took the sport regulations to commission and Salem in June, and the commission adopted those new 6 areas. And we also had to make changes to the commercial regs, since the commercial regs refer to, you know, research reserves and has some exceptions, and the rules have complexity, as I was talking about. So we made those alterations to commercial regs in McMinnville in December, I think. And that is pretty much done. We're going to keep working on that GIS-based website to hopefully add some more information on there. I know one thing that struck me going through this process is I was the lead for the state's comments on people's scientific take permits for like the last 18 years. And I did not realize some of the goals of these sites. So one of the big benefits that I got out of it was to go through the goals of each site and be able to apply that into the future. So that's where we're at. We got all those rules taken care of as I see it. So that's all I have, Andy.
Thank you, Scott. Laurel, do you want to talk about Parks rulemaking?
Sure, I can just really give you a brief update. The modifications to our Division 21 rules, which are the rules that essentially govern recreation restrictions on Oregon's Ocean Shore State Recreation Area, were modified with really minor tweaks to accommodate these new designations. Essentially, all the existing designations prior to these categories being modified excluded collection of seaweeds and macroalgae, kelps from the ocean shore. So we needed to modify the language in there to accommodate these, not only the new names for the sites, but the potential allowances of that activity, recreational activity on the ocean shore. So that's essentially what the rulemaking did, was just add the categories, the new names, and allow for some collection based on the management guidance for those sites that was developed through the Part 3 process. If anybody has any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Let's have Blake talk next about upcoming rulemaking, and then we'll take any questions on the rulemaking, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. So yeah, Department of State Lands is planning on incorporating the updates to Part 3, Territorial Sea Plan Part 3, the the new rocky shore habitats and restrictions. There were a couple of priorities that Department of State Lands had to make as far as rulemaking. We've been working extensively on updating our fees for removal fills, for our removal fill permits, and so that's taking up the bulk of our rulemaking right now. But June or August, we'll initiate rulemaking for these rocky shore habitat sites by going to the State Land Board. There is likely 2 divisions that will have to open, Division 142 and Division 88. Division 88 deals with restrictions, recreational restrictions on state lands, and we'll likely put a carve out for these protected areas, similar to how we do our South Slough restrictions, or restrictions in the South Slough Reserve, and list those rocky shore habitats in the Division 142 rules, as well as with their restrictions. So happy to answer any questions about the process. As with all our rulemaking, we intend to have, a RAC and extensive public comment period.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. Are there any comment from OPAC members or questions?
I would just say thank you for all the work. Sometimes we get through these processes and then, they have to be implemented by the agencies. And so just really want to say thank you for the continued work and for keeping us updated on all of this. It was important, a long work. I mean, Charlie, I know we've mentioned before, but Charlie and Walter on that working group spent countless hours. And so it's really nice to see all this come to fruition. And thank you.
Thank you. So to keep us moving forward, I'm going to go ahead and have Eva introduce herself and the work she's been doing on our project of special merit, which is capacity that we applied for, and now she's helping to implement.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me and for dedicating a little time in the agenda for this. So my name's Eva Krukowski, and I'm going to provide just a little introduction to the project of special merit that I'm working on. And first off, I'd just like to say, thank you, and just want to show my appreciation for all of you for all the hard work and many hours that you all dedicated to this designation proposal process preceding when I started my job in February. So you can go to the next slide. So again, hello, my name's Eva, and I use she, her pronouns. I am a citizen of Cherokee Nation out of Oklahoma, and but I grew up in San Francisco, California, and I graduated from the University of Oregon with a degree in planning, public policy, and management. Just some little things about me. I like to sing. I like to hang out with trees and go to the beach. And my new favorite rocky intertidal organism is the nudibranch. And, because I used to have the duck mascot at the university, my new mascot is the Harlequin duck that can be found in the intertidal. So like I said, my background's in planning, public policy. I've worked in grassroots community organizing, political campaigns, youth development, and also music and music education. So, you know, I don't really have a background in intertidal ecology. So to better prepare myself for this work, I've started some trainings on citizen science, and I've been learning a lot from the partner organizations who are working in the rocky habitats. I'm also taking part in a tide pool ambassador training program at Haystack Rock next month, so I can really learn about, you know, how people have been engaging in the rocky habitats so far. So I'm trying to bring myself up to speed and learn from many of you who are in the room. Next slide, please. So you're looking at a map that identifies the 8 new designations that I'm focusing on. And I'm sure you all know them, but you know, there's 8 north to south, Ecola Point, Chapman Point, Cape Lookout, Fogarty Creek, Cape Foulweather, Coquille Point, Blacklock Point, and Cape Blanco. And the colors indicate the little legend down here. The marine conservation areas are in yellow. The marine education areas or marine garden are in green. And then we have 1 marine research area. So I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the project of special merit that I'm working on. So this is a 18-month limited duration position that's funded by a NOAA grant. The main goal is to to engage with communities on rocky habitat site stewardship, and to build a stewardship development program, program development. The focus is really, my early on focus is really on capacity building by trying to build communities around rocky habitats. Another big focus is on tribal engagement, as well as a formal consultation process. And this phase will be focused on developing or feedback on site management plan drafts and also any other interests that come up. Another piece of this work is to consolidate and develop rocky habitat interpretation and education materials, and to be able to keep all of those materials in a library that can become that will be a portfolio that will be public to educators, government agencies, marine science institutions, and conservation groups. Lastly, I'll also provide technical support to local communities, and we're developing a community-sourced data collection tool that will be housed in the future on the Oregon Ocean Info page. The outcomes are fairly straightforward. I will be developing 8 site management plans with lots of input from the public and from partner organizations. And the site management plans will provide a framework for planned education and outreach activities at the sites, provide an outline of citizen science and observational data that we could collect at the sites, and also a plan for natural resource protection. I'm going to have community workshops. There'll be 2 workshops per site or per region that will happen, and I'll share a timeline later on. And then finally, like I mentioned, I'll have a portfolio of all these materials. All right, next slide, please. So the initial focus of this project is to keep the momentum going. You know, a lot of you have been working for years on these designations, and so part of my work is to meet everyone who's been involved in this process so far and continue to grow capacity around this work. So to the left is a list of some organizations and agencies that have been involved in the original process or have showed interest in wanting to be involved in ongoing stewardship. Since February, I've participated in 2 Rocky Habitat partner meetings. One was in February and the other one in April. And the next meeting will be in May. I've also been involved in some interagency work with ODFW and OPRD. We've had a couple meetings to discuss regulation signage, and we're continuing to work on this. And I wanted to give Laurel thanks and props for leading this collaboration and inviting me into the interagency work. So I'm also focused on making new connections and trying to identify gaps in stakeholder outreach on this issue. So some future groups that I would like to reach out to include local governments up and down the coast, particularly coastal police stations, who might be able to or might be interested in help with enforcement. I'm interested in reaching out to public school science teachers and outdoor schools, coastal recreation groups, the Pacific Doryman's Association, other commercial fishing businesses, Boy Scouts of America, particularly at Camp Merriweather, which is at the Cape Lookout site. Also potentially Coast Guard Auxiliary and anyone else, especially anyone who, if you all would like to provide more people to that list. Next slide, please. This is a overview of the project timeline. Most of the work, as you can see, will be ongoing throughout the 18 months. But here are some things to pay attention to. Part of my grant includes travel to the sites, so I'll be participating in site visits throughout my time. I plan to have monthly Rocky Habitat partner meetings throughout my work, which are not the same thing as the public workshops. So then the first round of public workshops will start this summer, and the second round will start in the winter, probably around, I'm not sure if it'll be in December or in the beginning of the new year. It'll just kind of depend on the draft feedback that I got. Around the fall, the draft plans will be available for review. And I will be engaged in tribal consultation on the site management plans themselves, as well as on other feedback and issues that the tribes bring to the table. I'll be gathering outreach materials focused on rocky habitats. There's already an immense amount of material out there, as I've come to discover since I started this work. And so a lot of what I'll be doing is, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There's already a lot of outreach and educational materials out there, but it would be great for all organizations that are doing this work to have that material available in one place. And lastly, I'm continuing working on a data collection tool and website development for this new work. And some of you are familiar with the C-Sketch website, and so that will be a second version of that will be available soon. Next slide, please. I went to a site visit on the North Coast back in March. I was able to see Ecola Point, Chapman Point, Cape Lookout, and Fogarty Creek and Cape Foulweather. And I'm planning a South Coast site visit next month, where I will see Cape Blanco, Blacklock Point, and Coquille Point. And these are just the first of many site visits, but it definitely helps me to get a little more understanding about the landscape and just how unique each site is. Last slide, please. So please, if you have any questions or feedback, I'd be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. Why don't we go ahead and take any questions or comments from people? I see some applause, and then I also see a couple of hands. So Joe, followed by Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Eva, for the presentation. It's really exciting that you're in this role now and for 18 months. I wish it was longer, but it's great to see some engagement on these newly designated sites so we actually can see them get implemented. I guess my question is, there are a number of other sites that were designated years ago that have, some of them are really well implemented, like Haystack Rock up in Cannon Beach, obviously, but there's other sites that are just kind of not implemented and just there. And I know that your position is only 18 months, but if, say for example, it was extended and there was more capacity there, what would be the plan for trying to get those other sites more online in terms of the implementation as well?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Joe. And yeah, I did forget to mention that the grant was intended to start in October. And because I started in February, there is a possibility of possibly extending until next summer rather than ending in the spring next year. But that's not, it has not been approved yet. And then to answer your question about the other sites, I think the benefit of going through this process will be to sort of identify capacity gaps on the coast. And, like you said, which sites are doing well under the language that they have already, and then which sites would need more support going forward. So the scope of my project is to focus on the new designations. And I definitely think that it would be possible going forward to use the information generated from the site management plans and from the outreach process to see, where can this work go in the future to support some of the other sites that have not had as much engagement. Scott?
Hey, thanks, Eva. I just wanted to mention a project that occurred in 93, 94 that I was always, I've always pushed to try to redo. It's the Rocky Intertidal inventory. And I think that was timed with the original or the designation of like Gregory Point, all that stuff where we'd gone through this process, in 1992 or whatever. So there is a document from there that I dropped in the chat. It just tells the story of the belt transects we did at each of those sites, and it just hasn't been followed up on. And that would be a really interesting one to follow up on. It's one of the things that I've sort of held as a priority to get done here, but just something for you to look at and think about and maybe evaluate how valuable that would be to the process you're working on. But thanks for the presentation. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Scott. Yeah, I would love to review that study. And thank you, Karina, for sharing that link. And Laurel, thanks for sharing the Oregon Tide Pool's website. I know that collaborating on that website will definitely be key to this work.
All right. Well, I think in the interest of time, I should move forward. So the next agenda item topic was to have a discussion about the Part 3 site-based proposal process. So I thought that the most useful thing to do might be to actually talk about and bring everyone back to the same place where we understand what that site-based proposal process is, so that we can think about capacity to get there. And after our initial proposal process, there were a number of reflections, I think, that were important from the group to remember. One of which is that in our evaluation of that process, we wanted to have very clear guidance on timing. We wanted to have kind of, technical issues sorted out. So I know that there were some issues with the C-Sketch system in terms of kind of submitting proposals. So we want to basically get all that stuff ready to go. But at the end of the day, our strategy was acted on. We created a set of designations from the communities. And that reflected kind of the Part 3 priorities. Given all of that, there was a desire to have clear expectations for parties participating in the process, along with any sort of kind of caveats that are focused on how we would move into a next phase, right? And some of the considerations that OPAC brought up at the time were maybe putting a cap on a number of submissions per cycle. I think that was related to the exhaustive amount of review that our review group went through for each site, right? So there were thousands of pages submitted, and that was very taxing on not only the agency, but the public to review, thinking about all of those kind of review requirements and to do our due diligence. If everyone was putting the time and energy into producing the applications, we wanted to make sure that we did our best to think about all of that stuff. They pointed out the benefit of pre and post kind of process consultation, and also that we really want to evaluate kind of how frequently we do a site proposal process based upon how these sites are being implemented, and how effective we are at implementing them. So our initial proposal process is kind of on the left-hand side of this diagram. We had, communities build a proposal in our mapping tool. The agencies completed a feasibility and completeness analysis, which was then kind of reviewed by the Rocky Habitat Working Group, and they had a review and recommendation that went to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which then resulted in a couple of sites moving forward and the Land Conservation Development Commission adopting those, as well as sites for further evaluation, which kind of went through another cycle of that consultation, recommendation, and review and adoption. Our new process, the one that we adopted as a part of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, is designed to take roughly 2 years. So we're setting out a specific timeline. It would be initiated with a request for proposals, which would, the agency would develop with other agencies and then work together with OPAC on approval of that idea, and then the proposal development and submissions. That would then be followed up with an agency completeness and feasibility analysis, followed by a technical review group evaluation. I'll talk a little bit more about these in the next slides. But after all of that kind of review, the OPAC would have 2 meetings, one where they receive all of the proposals and the reviews, and then the next where they would actually have a recommendation. The rulemaking timeline is kind of outside of that 2-month initial window at LCDC, just given the challenge of getting time on the commission's agenda. So that's roughly an overview of the process. There's a little bit more detail on some of these slides. Again, I will make all of these available after the fact as a part of the OPAC meeting documents. But the big kind of process initiation steps are that the state agencies would pull together basically the rationale for a request for proposals for the next set of submissions. And then we would work to notify the public and the council of timelines, phases of review, and evaluation criteria, which would come from thinking about the technical evaluations that each proposal may need to have. Right, so the council receiving that request for proposal would review and establish process constraints, such as, agreement with the focus and goals, potentially geographic restrictions or a cap on the number of submissions. And we would have a public comment period associated with the request for proposals in association with an OPAC meeting. So the OPAC would have the benefit of receiving comments on what's being proposed. In the interest of time, I want to just move past these slides here. Know that they go into more detail. All of this is taken directly from Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And so you could walk through each of the steps of agency feasibility or completeness analysis. We have flags for making sure that proposal reviews would also initiate tribal consultation at the right time. Technical evaluation of the proposals would come in the form of this technical evaluation group, and that would be a group composed of agency staff with specific knowledge in either appropriate ecological themes or geographic knowledge, together with a member of the Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee or another research institution that may represent the relevant kind of management or scientific expertise. The OPAC would have a couple meetings, as I said, to receive the proposals and then make a recommendation, followed by then rulemaking at the commission. So as I think about this process, and I have been talking with agency staff and other members of the community, the real driver here is, what is the cause for the next proposal process? Like, what is the driver of that? And with the reauthorization of marine reserves and with implementation of Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan with the 8 new sites, I think we are at a point where the state should think about whether or not we have met our conservation goals in the marine system. And the Biden administration does have a national goal established by executive order of thinking about conserving 30% of lands and waters by 2030. So the question in my mind is, how close are we to that broad goal? What are the types of area designations that would actually contribute to meeting that goal? From a habitat perspective, do we have, of the representative habitats that are in existence across Oregon's near shore and intertidal habitats, do we have representative amounts of those areas in some sort of a conservation status? So I think that's the real driver that I've been thinking about as a conversation and potentially the setting of a goal for a next proposal process. If you look a little further into the principles that NOAA, on behalf of the administration, collected in a public comment process, the principles are actually pretty consistent with the work that we as a state have done with our Part 3 Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, right? It's a collaborative and inclusive approach to the need for conservation areas. It's thinking about all people of the state, of the nation, when we think about the benefits and the costs of having conservation areas. Certainly our process has been locally led and locally designed in the past. So I think there are a lot of principles that our work exemplifies, that is consistent with this big broad effort. But the question in my mind is, does the council want to think about setting a goal for marine conservation areas? And I use that term more broadly, not as a rocky habitat designation classification. And in that thinking, do we want to engage with or support the goals of the national executive order? And if we do, what are the actions? How do we balance that need or that desire with, for example, the offshore wind process that we talked about earlier today, being a potential influencer of the amount of time and capacity staff would have to engage as a part of this process? Certainly in my conversations with agency staff, they are really struggling on having enough capacity to engage in the offshore wind planning and leasing process. So asking them to add another process that they would have to participate in may not be fair to them. So maybe there's this kind of a stepping order that the council thinks about in terms of, what are the goals from an offshore wind perspective relative to the goals of initiating the next Rocky Habitat site proposal process. So I've now asked you a lot of questions, and I'm going to stop talking. You can ask questions of me, and we can have a conversation around kind of what OPAC wants to do relative to this broader issue.
Thank you, Andy. Wow. That is a lot.
When you look back at how we designed our proposal process for the next set of sites, it really does call into question the resources that agencies have to participate in that process and the challenges that we may have if we tried to do both things at once.
Yes, I agree. The only thing I worry about is I don't think either one of those is going to, offshore wind or TSP Part 3 ongoing process. I don't think either one of those are going away anytime soon. But that's just my thoughts. Jamie.
Well, that's the first I've heard of America the Beautiful assessment of conservation. So I would need to bone up on that, obviously. And I appreciate your candor with the capacity of DLCD to take on something like this. And I would reiterate my concern about taking on more sites in TSP3 with what was already mentioned as getting some experience under our belts with the 8 that have been designated. Following those through and seeing what we need to do with those guidelines that you put forth on making it better in the next round. Maybe we can do a hybrid if there's concern that we really should take on more conservation. Maybe there's a graduate student who's interested in taking on the task of doing the America the Beautiful restoration and coming up with, say, well, we need another 60 acres or something, I don't know, and put on one in the next round, we're just going to put an RFP out for one site. But I still feel that we can't be taxed with more at this point. If that makes sense.
Susan, Fran has a question in chat.
Yep. So Fran did ask if we enacted marine conservation area goals, would those be enforceable policies under CZMA?
Yes, thank you for the question, Fran. I think that they would be. And when you think about how we have structured Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, we called out marine reserves and marine protected areas as areas that offshore development would be excluded from because of the sensitive nature of those places. And so recognizing that the two kind of would work together in tandem, I believe that we could use the enforceable policies of Part 5 to restrict development to areas outside of those conservation areas.
Okay. Thank you. And just following up, and did I cut you off? Were you saying more?
No, go ahead. No.
So if I understood your timeline, if we didn't start the process now, it looks like it's at least 16 months out before we would even be able to enact others. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, the estimate was it would be a 2-year timeline once the process is initiated, and that does not include rulemaking. And for us as a program to be able to use the designation, that it would have to be approved, by the Secretary of State and then approved by NOAA. So it potentially could be as long as 3 years from start to finish.
Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, oh, wow, it's a lot to think about, and I have to leave at 2:54 to get my kid from school, but I'll try in the next couple of minutes. I think that you can do both offshore wind and TSP3. I mean, you're an agency that does many different things. I think you have you're going to have 2 new staff people for offshore wind. You're going to have you have Eva, and hopefully that will be extended. So I really believe that you should do both. You can walk and chew gum at the same time, I think, here. In terms of the 30 by 30 and the America the Beautiful, I think some initial questions that would need to be clarified are, what is a conservation area defined as by 30 by 30 be fitting into what we have defined as, you know, for example, rocky habitat conservation areas, like, and then a gap analysis. There may be a significant percentage of conservation areas that already qualify, and then just figuring out, you know, what's left over. And then is there money associated with America the Beautiful that we could tap into if it was a formal program that could help support some of this work? And then, yeah, the enforceable policies. I think this could be a really important way for Oregonians to think about constraining where offshore wind impacts could happen in the long term. So I will just end there, but I think these are exciting possibilities.
Thank you, Joe. Andy, did you have any?
Yeah, I guess I would, you know, one of the things I've been thinking about is maybe initiating a process a year from now. Because I think we would want to do the gaps assessment to kind of see where we are. I think we would want to create a definition or description of what areas we think would qualify as being a, you know, conservation area. And then I think we would want to think about how we design a process that would potentially, you know, help us to fill any gaps in representation of habitats or different species that you might want to focus some of that protection on. So I think that could, you know, spring of next year might be reasonable. But I do want to call out that it wasn't just my agency capacity that was at issue here. It's parks, it's ODF&W, it's DSL. If they are also being tasked to help support the offshore wind, yet they are crucial partners for us as we think about these other areas too. And they do not have any relief yet from a staff capacity perspective. And so that is a concern that I have, that I've heard voiced directly from them. And I think we need to be careful about overtaxing their work as well, given the importance of their participation with me and with us on the offshore wind topic.
Thanks, Andy. Scott.
Hey, I just wanted to give a +1 to Joe's point about defining conservation areas will be a task unto itself, and a +1 to Andy's defining and analyzing those sites would come with a huge workload. It may sound easier than it is. We don't have any areas in the state where there's no rules, and we don't have any areas in the state where you absolutely can't take anything. So obviously that marine conservation area would fall between there somewhere. And just from, you know, just maybe my agency's perspective, we've worked, you know, tirelessly these probably the last 3 decades, just totally focused on sustainability and fisheries and ecology. And you know, it's hard to fit these the conservation areas with those. And one of the things that we're hoping to do more of in the future is find a way where, you know, the marine reserves are more, and any reserve areas, and we have a lot of different types, are accounted for in assessment of our sustainability. So it is pretty tricky. And I guess, like, a lot of times the first thing I think of is, like, you know, all we've done is worked on fishery sustainability for all these years, and and this is, you know, working with conservation areas. It doesn't seem like the science or the policy has found a way to accept those as well as you might think. So but appreciate the conversation for sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Other comments or thoughts for Andy or the group?
I think some of this obviously requires a longer conversation. I don't know that we're going to have resolution today on Andy's big questions at the end. I mean, I think we could all maybe have an answer in mind, but I think we might need to schedule some more time to discuss more specifically those questions and the question of when and how we want to reinitiate part 3. I just don't know that we have enough time today, knowing we're about to lose Joe and others who were really involved in that process. So that's my only concern, is that I think I have a lot of thoughts, and I am feeling the same on capacity. I don't work for a state agency, but I am also feeling the capacity squeeze. Yet I think that this is really important, valuable work that we should continue. So would love to continue to have those discussions. I know Gina dropped in the chat an opportunity for funding around America the Beautiful. So I think we could have a better, more robust discussion about this. So maybe, Susan, I know you're about to transition into next steps, next meetings, but we might need a meeting for not only the wind stuff, but a little more discussion around this and how to move forward.
Yep. Thank you, Tara. That's a very good point. And I was going to transition into next steps and planning. But I did, like I mentioned earlier, I skipped over other agency updates, and I think Ryan Hoof wanted to mention something about DEQ. So Ryan, if you want to go ahead, and if there's any other agency updates, any of the other agency representatives on OPAC want to provide real quickly, let's do it. Ryan, are you still on? I guess I should have looked first.
Doesn't look like he's on.
I don't see him.
Nope. Okay. Any other agency updates? And I apologize for rushing through the agenda earlier.
Susan, I'm happy to forward along to OPAC members a listserv notice I got, I think it was last week, about the DEQ integrated water quality report, because I believe that's what he was going to mention.
Yeah, it was in the chat also. He put it in the chat earlier. So I was going to say that. Yeah. But maybe it'd be good to send it around. Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, that would be good.
And Andy, I copied the chat and made sure all the links were ready to just be clicked on, so you could just copy them and paste them into things for everybody.
Thank you, Mandy. That would be great. I do just want to flag that for the first time, ocean acidification and hypoxia are discussed, described. There are standards now that have been adopted, and that is a big pat yourself on the back moment for the state to have worked to develop those. It took a lot of public process, with DEQ as one of the leads, but with a lot of community members contributing. I think at a future meeting, I would like the OAH Council to brief you all as to their work on ocean acidification and hypoxia. They are beginning the process of re-envisioning the next 5-year work plan for the council. So I think it's an important time for us to re-engage with them as they think through that next 5 years of strategy. So I will work to get an agenda item in the future on that.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. With that, I got that in my notes, and recap, meeting scheduling, and wrap up. So I know a lot of our discussion today was talking about offshore wind. I had some ideas about scheduling, but Andy, is there anything, Andy or Tara, anything you guys want to comment on about what we need to do for future meetings and what we've done today.
I think the only thing that I want to, I guess, apologize and for and mention is that I received a lot of comments from OPAC members not feeling like they had the meeting materials in advance enough this meeting or feeling prepared. And so I want to make sure that in the future we're we're getting things to you sooner and that people come to the meetings feeling prepared. So that's just a broad comment that, I think the executive committee, we could have a discussion about how we could make sure that we're communicating that better to OPAC members and members of the public so that people feel more prepared and have access to materials ahead of the meeting.
That's a good point. Yep, I think that works.
And I have this slide up as a reminder that the executive committee decided it would like to have the next couple of meetings laid out ahead of us. So I'm going to be sending around a scheduling poll for the following 2 weeks that have been identified. The middle week of October of this fall and next April, kind of the end of the month, beginning of May. So the idea is to get these on our calendars early and hold the spots, and that way we can better prepare for our agendas as things come up. I do think that this meeting was just challenging logistically for all sorts of reasons, especially offshore wind related. So
exactly. And just, as another note, we picked October and the end of April because several of us are also involved in Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings that meet in March, April, June, September, and November. So getting in October would avoid that conflict. The end of April, beginning of May would avoid that conflict, and also hopefully, miss graduations and family time around, getting out of school for the summer and things like that too. So do any of you have any comments on the 2 annual meeting weeks we've picked out? Any concerns that several OPAC members may miss because of some other event happening or? Okay, not seeing very many. Any? So with that, I took a bunch of notes and thinking about offshore wind, territorial sea plan part 3, OAH briefing. With regard to offshore wind, I was thinking maybe we could do, in addition to our spring and fall meetings, do focused meetings. Andy and Tara and Karina and I talked about this briefly the other day. Shorter meetings or a series of shorter meetings in May to address the roadmap and identify data gaps, plans on how to proceed from there. Whether we want to do that as a, have the full OPAC engaged in that, and then we can decide whether we want work groups, a work group that will need to go into greater detail as the process moves forward. And maybe another shorter meeting in June to talk about OPAC's role in science and charges for the stack, and to hear about lessons learned from other states, maybe a workshop like Andy had suggested. Any thoughts on those moving forward? And we could also wrap in territorial sea plan part 3 and ocean acidification and hypoxia into one of those meetings, or the full OPAC meeting in May or June. Thoughts, ideas? I think, Margaret, I think you had a hand up.
Just briefly, the beginning of June is going to be hard for me for that, but I feel like also could be helpful to have it a little bit later because Capitol Hill Oceans Week is the beginning of June, so it's June 5th, 6th, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, if BOEM moved forward with their schedule and we have a federal consistency review decision that starts at the end of this month, from a timeline perspective, that takes us past July 15th, in the middle of July. So I would respectfully request that we have an OPAC roadmap discussion after that period ends, so that we have the ability, because we are going to have public meetings associated with our public comment period.
That was my other question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after July 15th would be better from a staff capacity for us. And then we might actually have our offshore wind project coordinator position filled. And that would be a great intro of that individual to the group.
Okay. Would that still fit within the roadmap timeline of, depending on what we wanted to provide comment on to the governor's office with regard to the roadmap, would it still meet that timeline if we met in July?
It would.
Okay. Okay.
What about the ability to then comment on the state's consistency determination? How would OPAC engage on that if this is after that point?
Yeah.
It would not be an opportunity to do that. So if OPAC would like to have the opportunity to have a federal consistency focused meeting, it would need to be during that period between, I'd say the first week of June is when we are planning our public meeting. So the first week of June and the end of our review. So that would really put us towards the end of June, middle to end of June.
Not trying to complicate things more. I was just thinking OPAC might, and maybe not, but we might have something to say about, BOEM's determination on that and want to comment. So, or lend support to DLCD's position sorts of things. So, yeah, I guess
I would think that would make sense. But what do other OPAC members think of commenting on the consistency review determination? Yes, no? Do we need more coffee?
I see Karina's hand up.
Oh, sorry, Karina.
Oh,
No, that's
Karina,
okay.
Margaret.
I mean, I'm trying to think about where our agency is most effective and what individuals of OPAC can do also. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that relative to federal consistency. And how, just the different modes by which we might participate. So it's not a specific recommendation, but I'm trying to figure out if it makes sense for OPAC to weigh in on the federal consistency. It's just a question. As a group that is advisory to the governor.
Right.
I mean,
Andy, do you have any, or Tara, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's a good question, Karina, and also I guess from my perspective, thinking about any policies that might be under the territorial sea plan that might, for which determination of consistency might be being made, I would think OPAC would want to comment. So that's very specifically in our lane.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I really don't know. I haven't done a review of
Yeah,
the
me either.
and Andy probably would know better, or if Jeff was around. But I think that that's going to be a piece we'd at least want to have an opportunity to comment on.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, we have Steve on the line too. I don't know if he wants to weigh in. I would just say, I don't have like a specific thought about the federal consistency and OPAC providing a letter to the governor's office, but I'm just thinking about Karina's prior inquiry about, directing the stack for anything that maybe that mid to end June conversation could kind of be two parts if it needs to be. It could be federal consistency and science. Yeah.
I'll just offer that the beginning of June is bad for us also. We have our annual report due to NOAA then, and basically the first week in June is shot for me. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll be gone that first week of June as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we did like could we do a half-day meeting or a 3-hour meeting and address those two items, the consistency review and the science part in June, end of June? Andy, what do you think?
I'm thinking that to inform our federal consistency review, it would be best to have it maybe the second or third week of June. For one, we would invite you all to join us at our public meetings or on our public webinar that discusses the scope of our review and the enforceable policies we envision and the document that BOEM is submitting to us that is their rationale for why certain actions are consistent with our program. So if we were to, schedule something, those either the 10th through the 14th or the 17th through the 21st, then we would be able to take OPAC comments and feedback into consideration as we are coming close to the completion of our review period. That I think would also be consistent within our 45-day kind of window that we are, I think, going to be accepting written public comments. So I would urge us to try and get something in that couple of weeks.
Okay, and we could do that. Well, I guess we can discuss it later, how long. I don't think we need a full day for that, right? We could do it
I
in
think a half a day.
half a day. Okay. Okay, perfect.
My only caution on that is that this group will have not yet got together to discuss the considerations document or any other offshore wind related things. That might be long 3 hours. So we can be efficient, but I wanted to put that out there that this group will not have had a chance to reconvene. So.
But we can, individual members, if we send out information about other opportunities to attend the webinars that, the public meetings, we can say, attend these, we will discuss this information when we meet formally or what. OPAC members, what do you think? I mean, this is offshore wind is going to take up not just a lot of agency time, but a lot of your time as well. If you really want to be involved.
Count me in.
Okay.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Okay. Okay.
Fran, I see your question in the chat. As soon as we have our federal consistency review documents and a schedule of meeting dates, we will make that public. I will send that around to you all as well as to our ocean policy listserv. So as soon as that comes in the door, we are preparing action.
Cool.
Right, okay. So I heard that I will send a doodle poll around for a half-day meeting the weeks of the 10th through the 14th and the 17th through the 21st of June.
Sure.
Recognizing one of those days is a holiday on June 19th.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes.
So I will send that around and then we will get together as an executive committee and figure out the agenda once we have a date.
Yeah. Does that sound good to you, Tara? I've seen a thumbs up from Peggy. Yay. Okay. What else? What else am I missing? Andy, Tara?
I think that's it.
Okay. And we can talk about, I mean, I know there were some other agenda items like Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 and ocean acidification, but maybe we can do some planning with proposals out further than June, get through this and then take those on.
I think that's the right order of operations, and I'm seeing others nod their head.
Okay. 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 With that, anything else for the good of everybody today? Andy, Tara?
Can't think of anything.
Okay. Well, with that, I just want to thank all of our OPAC members for being here today, taking time out and listening and participating in everything we've talked about today. We've had a lot of good discussion. We didn't have any decisions being made on this agenda, so that was kind of nice where we could just relax a little and talk about things. We had some great presenters today. Jean, I don't know if you're still on. Heather, Ranfis, Karina, Scott, thanks for all of your presentations and keeping us informed. And Andy, Amanda, Lisa, and Eva, thank you for all your behind the scenes work and on screen work, Andy, with even with technical difficulties, we got through it. So
Sorry about the technical gremlins.
no worries. It's a Monday. I totally understand.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Thank you. And I think with that, we'll adjourn for the day.